zijn kopman Pinot de Tour uitging, is er bij hem denk ik
I like tape. The tape is yellow. My name is Marc Herbst, and I'm here with Jules Rochielle, who is virtually around us and in the lamp, and on camera, and on camera, and on camera. This, as I said, this is the 6th instance of the Uncertainty Seminar. The first one began in May 2019. We are riding a wave, and today the topic is care. Is Jules here to introduce the topic that she curated today? Uncertainty and care. We arrived here with unsure relationships between myself and the organization in this time of Corona, with my traveling companion, meeting people that will spend time together across the days. And also, in this time of Corona, having to bridge here and far and taking care that their voices, who should and could be here, and those also in this world that we relate to that can't be here because of laws, because of poverty, because of global borders, that they can't be here. I would hope that over the next 2 days of this seminar, that taking care of those who are away are also brought into this space.
Thank you.
Jules, hello.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us today. All of this has been a bit of a challenge trying to figure out how to navigate a production and how to make things work during a global pandemic, but I'm really grateful for the entire team at Stroom. It's been a really wonderful experience to work with this group, and also incredibly grateful for Marc being a thought partner and ally to make this kind of move forward. And it's so great that Marc can be there with you today. I'll be here for the entire 2 days, watching and learning and participating with you, and may interject a few questions here and there, but please enjoy your experience. It's been a really great opportunity to meet such a wonderful group of artists, so I'll be watching with joy. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you to Marc. It's nice to be here with you all.
Thank you,
Jules, we were wondering if you might give a little thought and a little brief picture into how it is you came about. What were your thoughts in organizing who's here today and who's here tomorrow?
This body of people really came out of an experience that I had last November through a research or reading residency at Stroom. So the way that I do research is very active, where I kind of, follow people, I link to people. I do kind of on-the-ground research. So this was part of my month-long research inquiry in sort of meeting a number of the artists that have assembled today through the opportunity that Stroom gave me to do a unique residency for a month. So I did a lot of studio visits. I met with pretty much everybody that is assembled today. I became interested in kind of how their practice is linked. I was looking for people that had collective or activist practices in the arts, but also kind of looking to Louwrien, Wijers, and Egon for the kind of historic links between social sculpture, Joseph Beuys, as it sort of is part of these practices. And then kind of in the middle of the pandemic, reaching out to Marc and wanting to sort of create the bridge that I felt like that needed to happen, that I knew that I wasn't going to be able to travel. So to reach out to Marc, and Marc has been a colleague from my past. I think we met in Los Angeles, California in like 2007, 2009. And I knew that Marc would be a really great bridge and an excellent moderator, but also to include some of the practices that Marc was interested. So we had a connective kind of tissue between Marc and I and all of you. So there's a number of people that Marc has programmed into the Uncertainty Seminar, but all of us kind of share a passion for linking activism and advocacy through artistic practice and connection. So that's who we've assembled today under the concept of care and uncertainty. So those were some of my thoughts about the program today.
Thank you. And you asked me to also share some of the thoughts that I had in organizing this event. And so after I share a few thoughts, I thought before we introduce the first collective foundation we are, I thought it might be nice to go around the room and just have people introduce who they are and where they came from. But before we do that, the questions that I brought to today have to do with being on this wave that we're on and how we care for ourselves while we're riding this wave. Being in the water by myself, taking care of myself, taking care of the person that's coming down the wave next to me, taking care of us together, and trying to direct our movement towards something that we could face together and that we could ideally build together. How am I to stand? How am I standing? Who am I? Facing others. Who is facing me? What are we facing? These are the questions that I bring to care, that I dialogued and thought about while you and I were talking and when we were meeting all the artists. So, with the sound of the rain, which is coming down here, which might be dry in New York where you are.
It is dry. Yeah, it is dry, but thank you for letting me know what's happening there.
If we could just go around the room with those who are here, and if you would say your name and where you came from today. And if you want, your name and where you came from. Take that as you will.
Me?
Yes.
My name is Louwrien Wijers, and I came from Friesland. Do you want to know more?
That's good.
Friesland is in the north of Holland. I've lived there for 8 years now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ali. I've traveled from Leipzig, Eastern Germany.
Leipzig, yeah.
Hi, my name is Andries. Actually, I'm teaching at the Hague University, where I'm teaching a minor called The Art of Caring. My student is next to me. She actually put my attention to this event.
Yay.
My name is Esther, and I'm from Germany.
My name is Jane, and I'm from The Hague.
People on this side of the room. Person behind the mic or camera. Thank you.
I know.
Hi, I'm Arno. I'm from The Hague.
Hi, I'm Yoon. I live in The Hague, and I'm going to be doing a podcast series about care systems.
I'm Karen, I'm also from The Hague. And this is Nena from, where are you from? Can't hear her at the moment. What are you saying? Oh, she's from The Hague as well.
Okay.
So, keep going.
We'll learn more about our friend in a minute.
Yeah, right.
And then those two of you back there, could you introduce yourselves? This room will flow and be fluid today, so we'll come in and out, make yourself at home. Before I introduce Foundation We Are and their projects, I just want to again point out that Jules will also occasionally, through the programming of Foundation We Are, pop up on this light, and she may ask a question. So without further ado though, Foundation We Are.
Digital visitor, so it's... Ja, oké. Kan je het horen? Repeat the question. Well, can you hear me? I think you can hear me now a little bit better because I have a microphone. Is it on? Yes, no, hello? Yeah, I'm gonna put you down real quick because my hands are quite full. But I hope you can still see the room and the visitors. Yeah, they're waving. Wave at Nena. I have a presentation I hope will be appearing on the screen. If I'm correct, at least. Oh. So, that presentation mode. Hi, thank you, sorry. I'm Karen from Foundation We Are. We are based, a design collective based in Eindhoven. We're at the Campina terrain there. It's an old milk factory which creators have taken over. And this is part of our team. What we do is we collaborate, we are collaborative designers who work towards societal impact. That's quite a mouthful, so, and a promise. What it means in practice is that we bring together designers with experts outside the field of design. And we do that, for instance, with human rights defenders and to tackle the challenges they face, or with educators and help them and give them tools on how to reimagine their issues and try to solve them. Or we make a research tool for Fontis, trying to collect data on how to teach artificial intelligence to make the right ethical questions, answers or choices. Or we make an exhibition with the stories of human rights defenders and try to involve the visitors really into their story. That's what we do, very quickly. We have been asked to be a part of the care uncertainty seminars about care, and it got us thinking about uncertain times, which these are, and how we kind of changed everything, literally. I have a little. This is supposed to turn around, so I have a different image for you. What I mean. Can we make it bigger? No. Do you see? Un changes into something else, un. So, there we have it again. It changes, meaning that how we used to be not touch was not an act of care. An act of care is to give a hug, to give a handshake, to touch each other. But suddenly it all changed, and an act of care became not touching. To be untouched is to be uncontaminated. So everything changed. Similar to how we are meeting at this moment. We wish the whole room would have been filled with people, but of course it's not possible. So we have the possibility of joining digitally. As you can see, I have one example here, but there's also a YouTube stream, there's a live stream. However, like we have all experienced in the last months, I don't know how long it has been, we have experienced this to bring along a lot of difficulties and also a lot of distance. So, because streaming, usually like these webinars or seminars, they're very one way. We are communicating, we have cameras, we have sound, but we don't get anything back from people who are watching us online. What we try to do with this experiment today, so we have 3 experiments, they're gonna be all the day long, is try to get the people who are joining us digitally more included in today's activities. I'm gonna explain them real quickly, and then the rest of the evening it's just gonna be, let's see what happens. It's an experiment. The first one, Marc already told us quickly, is the lamp. So the undigital and physical. We gave Jules the option to be an object, to be light. She is an object of communication in our midst. She's connected via Zoom, as we just saw. If she wants to interrupt, she can turn on the light. And then we can give her a moment on the screen to say, like, oh, what do you want to, if she has a question, if she wants to say anything. That's one way, one of our experiments. She's free to do it whenever, so if somebody has a speech or something and she doesn't, she wants to say something or she doesn't agree with you, she might butt in. Our second experiment is right here, and this is where my hands are. I wish I had hands like this. This is Nena. So this is our digital visitor. We have time slots, so there will be more today. But hello, Nena, can you hear me? Can I hear you? That's the big question. I have a question for you. Where are you? You're in The Hague. And what do you think about care?
What I think it means?
Yes.
How I define it, right?
Yeah.
I think to me it means that you put well-being over everything else.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It means that you put well-being over everything else.
So to put well-being over everything else. So, but you're very difficult to understand. But that was understandable. What I'm going to do with Nena today is give her to one of you. And we're supposed to take care of her during the evening. We have time slots, so there might be some changes in who is actually this physical avatar. But she can speak to us a little bit. It's hard to hear over the whole room, but it's when you're close, you can hear her. Who wants to take care of her first? And make sure that she hears everything and sees everything. I'm just going to give it to somebody, and you can speak to her, and let's see what happens. Do you want to take care of her for a bit? It's not that hard, is it? Okay. Well, you can quickly see what she's seeing, but she might ask you, like, hey, can you show the first row, or I want to see myself in the mirror. She asked me that already. I really like doing that. So yeah, that's our digital visitor. And then we have a third experiment, and that's done by Daoun. You might have spotted her already. She's a walking camera. She's wearing a GoPro, which is connected to our Facebook Live stream, hopefully, as you can see here.
So yeah, that's our digital
she is
and we have a third
a
experiment.
walking visitor, which people on Facebook can join and see through, and she can communicate with them as well, so they can ask,
which is connected
can you move forward, go and stand in front of the camera,
stream,
talk to somebody, have a question, anything. That was this, my part. I'm going to give the floor back to Marc. But like I said, digital visitors, viewers, feel free to put anything online or to ask questions or
talk to someone,
right?
have a question.
Anything else? Did I forget anything?
That was this.
Okay. Enjoy and take care of her.
Step out of the moderating role as the backside of the first presentation of Marc Allen Herbst and Ali Schwartz.
I can just... All right. So originally, Marc and I wanted to give a 3-hour-long performative, movement-based, sustainable activism workshop, and now it was cut down to 1 hour. Hello, audience online. Unfortunately, you're not on Zoom, so we can't do breakout rooms for the exercise, so we're gonna ask you to be patient and bear with us while we're gonna do exercises here, and then you can be, again, part of the harvesting of the exercise at the end. So, let's see. I would like to start with an embodiment practice where you're invited to make a fist with your right or your left hand, or both. And you can like feel the feet on your floor and see how you're being grounded through the floor. And this energy can travel through your center right into your arms. And you can use as much force as you want. Maybe you're a little bit nervous, like me, so you can like put a little bit of energy in the arms and just see how that brings like some tension into the whole body, how everything's connected. And then take like a deep breath and release the arms and just shake it out. And for me, the fist is such a strong symbol for activism. And it's also quite characteristic for like strength and having to be strong and having to be perseverant, or like, yeah, like cutting through things and being sharp. And but these hands are actually like tools that are like extensions of our beings. And if we have arms and we can use our hands, I think it's really important to also see that these hands are super fragile and vulnerable and consisting of all kinds of little details. So take a moment and just like explore your hand. You can use the other hand to caress it, to massage it, and again using as much pressure as you want so that it feels comfortable. And as we just heard, like an act of caring is giving each other our hands, or like hugging. Like these are like embracing tools that we have as extensions, as things that are connecting us. And the exercise that I will be sharing with you today, or we will be sharing with you today, has to do with what I consider an embodied, sustainable practice, where it's about being vulnerable with each other and having another person that can mirror you back, so a person that shows empathy, and then through that creating action that is deriving from like lived experience. So I made this little triangle where you have like vulnerability on the one side, and for me that has like both parts. Like it has to be a good balance of, okay, how much do I want to trust, and how aware am I of my own boundaries? And on the other hand, you have the person taking over this empathy side, who has to bring in some confidentiality and like a skill of being able to go in resonance with something that you can recognize. And we want to then use these qualities and transform them into a skill that I think is very important in dealing with crises, which are like unpredictable. We don't really know where they're going. Just like these uncertainty seminars are trying to build like collaborative, collective skills of how to deal with times of uncertainty. So I would like to bring in the idea of improvisation as a tool. My background is dance and movement and performance. I'm part of a queer, mixed able performance collective. And one thing that we normally would do if it wasn't Corona would be that we meet with contact improvisation, which is a progressive form of contemporary dance where you share a common center and you negotiate touch by using the forces of nature like gravity. But since this is not possible, I would like to find like a different way of being able to be in resonance with each other that involves like not sharing like our stories physically through touch, but actually verbally. And I introduced this exercise also from an experience of working with a Freedom Theater in Jenin in the West Bank, where they toured all through the West Bank with a playback theater method, where they had like the women tell their stories, and then the theater group would play back these stories instantly as an act of empowerment so that these voices can be heard. And what we're going to do here today is also that I will invite you to form pairs and share a story. It can be like a personal political story. It can be related to care. It can be related to the last 6 months of dealing with this crisis. Yes, you can pick the topic, and it's up to you how much of your personal story you want to add into it. And then the other person will have this, the challenge to listen with this strategy of becoming like a space that the person can talk into without asking questions back, without commenting, trying to drop judgments, and also looking for resonance. Like that's like something energetic that can happen between you and the other being. Like you feel like, okay, I know this experience, I can relate, I understand you. And then there's gonna be like 7 minutes for that. And then the person who listened will be invited to come here on this beautiful carpet and pick a place that feels supportive. Like I thought I would perform on the Forest of Friendly Ghosts. And sort of translate what they heard into like an improvised statement that is speaking your own truth connected to what you've heard the other person share. So it has like a level of abstraction, like it's translated from the person that was sharing to the person that is performing. And the idea is to like pick out like maybe one theme so that it's manageable and develop it. So maybe you had like an emotional connection and you could relate to this feeling of isolation, and then you can try to find a way to best capture that using anything you can find in the space. Or maybe it was like an intellectual click where you're like, oh yeah, and I also read this book during the time we were talking about the parable of the sower. and go on that. And we just thought we could model it so that you get a better idea.
Yes.
And then we will, ask you to try this experiment out. And for the audience joining us, thanks for being there. While they will be pairing up and one person will start sharing, you could use the time to reflect with a writing practice, for example. Or if you're joining and you're more than one, you could also just do the practice yourselves at home.
What about the shake?
Oh yeah. Maybe we could do the shake before we do the pairing.
As a warm-up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
That's a good idea.
So, Marc, could you grab a hookah? And we can sit like 2 meters across from each other. I'm just going to steal this one. And I brought this just as a tool representing awareness and whatever it means like to you, the sound, to like be here and present in the moment, in the body with this person you're working with. So the way this will work is like you'll introduce yourselves, share your names. One person will be A, one person will start. You can decide if you want to have eye contact or if you feel more comfortable just like closing your eyes and sharing like this. And it would start with a bing. And I will just give a short example of what a story could be that I would share from my lived experience as part of this queer multi-able collective. And then Marc can have a try to make something with it. So there's this beautiful word in German, Vertrauensvorschuss. I don't know what it is in English. It's like a leap of faith in the sense of a leap of trust. So soon, if you might be working with a person you don't know so well, it takes a lot to share something personal, and it takes a lot to use that information honoring that person's experience. So like, again, it's a very daring experiment. All right, so, okay, Marc, I would like to share about the residency that we were supposed to do in Cologne. The title was Make Dance Contemporary Again. We were gonna work very physical, using each other's bodies, diverse bodies, to explore movement and research. So given the situation, this was impossible for us because one of the members has a very, very small lung and therefore couldn't travel anywhere. So we had to transfer this residency, find a space where we could work outside, and transform the topic of research into something that was very vibrant for us at the time, which was the triage. So the decision to have like a scale of fragility that would decide whether or not a person would be helped in the hospital or not. Because our collective is consisting of different able bodies, it was something that was causing a lot of existential fear for some people in the group. So for us as a group, we decided to devote the residency to research the question of wertfrei, ? Wertfrei in German is a term that describes being like free of worth in the sense of judgment or value. And you can adapt these scales to like anything you want. It could be like a passport scale, it could be a gender scale, it could be an age scale. Yeah, we just started with a scale of fragility because it was just in your face, and everywhere in every hospital there was like a track for the triage and a track for healthy bodies. And for me, just coming from like a Jewish background, being queer, it was just unbelievable to be living in a German society and there's not an outcry that this is happening at a moment of crisis. Like that suddenly, okay, we're like categorizing who gets to stay alive and who is like second class. Yeah, so maybe I just stop right here. So you can see what this does to you when you listen to this and how it relates to your own lived experience at that time. And when you're ready, I'm going to hit the gong, and then you have 1 minute.
And you're going to introduce me.
All right. So one more thing, because performance could be anything, to keep it short and clear, the invitation is to use your body as a tool, and maybe chairs or something as an object. And you can use your voice, but use gibberish so that it's like more universal. Like if you want to express something angry, you can raise your voice. Yeah.
Okay.
And it can be something as simple as emotion in your hand.
So I've listened to you for 7 minutes telling me your personal story. I'm feeling the resonance in my body, and I'm coming up with a movement that's how I felt to reflect back to you.
Right, so it's like a physical sharing back or reflecting back or feedbacking back. So then before it starts, I will introduce you. So I will say, this is Marc. Let me take a sip of water. This is Marc reflecting back my experience. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And why this format is so special to me is because it really relates to a quote by my favorite family therapist, because I'm also a trained relationship therapist. And Virginia Satir once said, like, the biggest thing you can do for another person is to make that person feel seen and heard and understood. And the biggest thing that you can receive is to be seen and heard and understood. So it's like we're giving each other presence with this practice, and we need these presents as like something to nourish us, to keep us going, so that we can recycle all of the shit that we're having to deal with all of the time and create something from it. Yeah. Okay, so before we do pairs, we brought a music piece that we would like to share by my friend called Tia. The song is called Erythrosine, and the idea is that you can just like stand up, or when you're at home, get up from your desk and do a little shake with us. So the idea is like you can imagine like there's the ground shaking underneath you, and your entire body will start to shake, and it can be like something little, it can go through your whole body, you can like do different levels, you can shake from the floor or sitting.
Ali leads a once a month shaking workshop where we come together with our eyes closed or open and just shake.
Yeah, it's more like a ritual, but yeah. Okay, I hope the tech will work. You can start shaking already. So it's not working, I don't know why.
Don't worry
maybe.
About it. Just have the sound of the rain be something that you shake. body than you thought you had?
Yay, that was fun. Great, thanks. So look around. Maybe there's a person right next to you that you can imagine doing this experiment with.
So one person will listen, and the other person will speak.
And we'll have time for 2 rounds. So first, one side talks, and then there's going to be the opportunity for who wants to perform, and then we go on the second round, second person will share. All right. If you find a person that you would like to work with, then find a place in the space while keeping distance where you can listen to each other well. Yeah. So you can get up and move if you feel like it's otherwise too loud to hear. One person, 6 minutes. I will start and end it.
And your job as the listener is to actively listen, which means to become a vessel for their voice.
Okay. Yay, I'm loving how everybody's already starting. I feel like I'm in school.
People are excited about it.
Yeah. I guess that's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess. We'll
I
see.
just wanted to ask if there are any questions. Is it clear?
Yes, a question. A story perhaps about an activist experience that you feel unsettled about. But it can just be a personal experience. In the situation of care where the personal is intensely political.
Okay. Great. I was speaking really quickly.
It was good. We have 35 minutes more, so.
Yeah.
A story that...
Your political, personal struggle in this time of crisis.
Was there a discussion about filming?
No.
Discussion about recording?
Actually, it wasn't mentioned. If you don't feel comfortable, yeah.
I just mean, I'm acting like Mark was like,
Right.
usually ask if
Ah.
okay with being recorded.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Kind of streamed and all that.
Do you want to tell a story about that?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the world we step into.
This is the right amount of people.
Yeah.
Great.
Sorry, I forgot to wear my mask as well.
Yeah. But we didn't come close. So then we'll clear like these 2 seats so they can come here. Like, yeah. All right, beautiful. Okay, so now's the time to make a new experience. And the idea is that you will both be sitting here facing each other so that you can feel the support of the person. And you're really just doing this for each other, and the rest of us, we get to be witnesses to this, and we can give our loving gaze into this experience. Yeah, loving gaze or power. Is there anybody who would like to
interpret
start?
what they heard?
I will be the timekeeper, so yeah. You will present your partner, and then I will start with the 1 minute.
Let's give it a moment to process.
Yeah. Round of applause. Good. Mark, can you sit with me?
I don't know her name. I need to introduce her.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can ask her.
I don't know your name.
And maybe the person, sorry. Just for you, could you maybe sit a little bit in the back so that everyone can, yeah, that's good. Okay.
Sorry, Karina and you? Karina Elke.
Okay.
So I told my story to Karina.
You ready?
I guess I have to reenact it now with movement. Okay, that's gonna be tough. Let's try.
And to finish it off, you can find like a gesture of thank you. Okay, great. All right, who wants to go next? Yeah. Who's presenting whom?
Estra. This is Estra, excuse me.
You ready? Okay.
Wow, Estra, this is beautiful.
Thank you.
This is Natasha, and she will show my story.
is Rieke, and she will visualize my story.
Okay. Yay. Thank you.
Hello. I told Amy my story.
Yay. Yeah, and you're very welcome to use up the entire minute.
I would like to introduce Louwrien.
Thank you. Beautiful. Anybody else who would like to give it a shot? Ah, okay. Welcome. Anybody want to take care of our avatar? Okay, so we have time to switch roles. So again, connect with your partner, and yeah, we were asked like what to talk about, and it's really whatever comes up when you're thinking about the last 6 months and care and activism, and yeah, what that brings up for you.
So same partner, switch roles.
Good. What are polders?
I have no idea. That's the one I'm drawn to. Be part of the mystery. That was really nice to see.
Beautiful. Yeah. It's working.
Yeah. So if we have time at the end, I will ask if there's any questions.
Of course.
We never talked about that.
Yeah. I doubt it. We have 50 minutes. No. We can't. Did we start on time? Did we start on time?
I think. In Leipzig, did you do a movement thing, or were you just talking? When you were for the future conference, were you doing a movement? Did you lead a movement?
Okay, great. Find an ending. So one thing that slipped our awareness and our attention was to ask if everybody felt comfortable with like being on video and having pictures been taken. I don't think there's a system in place here where you can wear a sticker if you don't want to be filmed or photographed. So maybe we could come up with like something like this if you don't want to be on pictures, just for the next few days or something. And I would also like to invite you, if you don't want to be filmed, trying out something here that's totally cool, and then perhaps somebody who's in the audience can be filmed watching instead or something. So just, let us know if you don't want to be filmed, and then we can face the camera in a different direction. Good. So there's a little bit time to share this little performance experiment here. Anybody who wants can come up and start. Oh yeah, Jules. What's up, Jules? We can see you.
So perhaps Jules has a question.
I didn't mean to show up at this time. I was waiting until the end. So this is a mistake. I'm sorry for the interruption. It was, but I guess I'll say, thank you so much for the energy that you're creating in the space. And I certainly did not mean to interrupt at this moment. This is a bit of a technical glitch, but the warmth that you're generating in that room, I can certainly feel here in New York City. And so thank you so much, Marc and Ali, for the love and the care that you've brought into this room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to show up at this time.
So then, with a little uncertainty interjected into this moment, we'll hold the space again for anybody who'd like to share what it is that you heard. Whatever.
Ongelooflijk. This is Jane.
This is Arno, and listen to my story.
Yeah.
Really nervous that you're going
Last couple of minutes. All right. We have half a minute.
In that half a minute, are there any questions?
Maybe we could just finish up with like a short, simple ritual of like just thanking the earth that we stand on. I'll just show it quickly. Like first, grounding yourself, thanking yourself, thanking each other, and thanking if there's anything else that you want to thank for. And then we can call it a day and continue with the next part. And we're going to be around, so you can come and talk to us. Yeah.
So everyone should stand up?
Sure, or stay seated as you wish, whatever feels good for you. Yeah, whatever you feel comfortable with. I sometimes like to stomp to like feel the earth underneath me. And then touch yourself where it feels comfortable, where you want to sense some warmth, some loving energy. And then maybe you can take a look around into the space, see who's here. Find an embracing posture, connection. And say hello to whatever else is outside, whoever else can't be here. Hello to the people joining in. Yeah, thanks for your trust and being there.
Well then, moving right along, I'd like to introduce the artist collective of Louwrien Wijers and Egon Hanfstingl.
We're a little bit early, aren't we? Because, shall I go to the kitchen to get Egon? Oh, dat is leuk. Ja.
Stay here and I go.
So are we starting? Or?
What?
Or is it question and answer?
Why don't we see if, just because we rushed from the ending to the beginning.
Take a 5-minute break.
Well, before we take a break, let's just ask in the room if there's any questions for perhaps Ali's practice or for the thoughts that went into this. If not, then let's move on since we do have the moment.
We have time. It is surprising, I found, what we did right now as an introduction to meet each other. Surprising, really. I had no idea that we would get that far with each other.
That's an interesting point. It might be interesting if anybody has anything to share about how it was to listen and to encounter somebody without the need to respond immediately.
You just mentioned it was surprising how much people showed, or right?
Yeah, how much it opened everyone up. Yeah.
I just wanted, I'm one of those people who is very reluctant for this kind of.
Of course, yeah, we all are. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly. So I think when me and Arno started talking, also it was hard to hear the exercise at first. So I think we both didn't quite know what the steps were, but kind of figured them out. And yes, and that was interesting because I think we both acknowledged like, oh yeah, we hate this. And then from there on, also agreed to enter that journey, which I guess in a way is already a starting point of trust and.
Ga lekker op je roze bankje zitten, man. Er is iets tussen gekomen. Nee, wil je dat niet? Sorry hoor.
Yeah. Just a thought on that, like I hate attending any kind of seminars like that where I don't know what I'm getting myself into. That's why I have to facilitate these things, so I can totally relate to that. That's why when something happens, I just feel really honored. Yeah.
One thing that I'd like to share, I find that within the activist and community work that I do, I find that doing practices like what we experience are a useful way to find another way to connect and relate to people that I work with, and to build it in a way that you modeled and discussed, to find a new ground to form a new form of relationship once you've taken that first step to say, okay, we have to relate, let's try and do this differently. So, without any further ado then, I'd like to again introduce the artist collective of Louwrien Wijers and Egon Hanfstingl. Hanfstingl. Dankeschön.
Dus we gaan eerst even die platen neerleggen, hè? Daarom ben je ook hier. Ja, dat komt mee, dat komt. Even zien of de camera... ja, de camera besluit, hè? Alleen waar zijn de camera's? Lijkt me prima, ja. Oh, werkt het ding nu? Oh, goed zeg. So in my hands, sometimes things start to exist, like a sentence that says no lying, no killing, no stealing, grains, vegetables, beans. You reminded me of it this morning. And another thing is a slogan, science is the past, art is the present, food is the future. So I'm very much in touch with food, one way or the other. And I think food is becoming a much more important subject, especially that we should make it ourselves, and that we should eat it before it is 7 hours old, because then the real ether is out and you don't get any beautiful strength. And as artists, we need a lively strength. So Egon is the person that came to Amsterdam after the death of boys, together with many boys. And they stayed for a few months, and he stayed forever. And his friend also stayed. And Egon kept food-minded, and now he's making food in the kitchen for all of us to eat. At about 20 to 7, you can fetch the food and eat it, and Egon will introduce how he thinks about food. Oh, and Charlotte is helping Egon. You can see on the two. Staan en kijken.
Now, okay, good evening, everybody. So, to introduce the food idea, so Louwrien asked me to make a food we are eating every day. So it's nothing special, it's just home food, and it's made, it's brown rice, from Calaspara in Spain, from the mountains, the highest region, rice-growing region in Spain. And I'm eating it since I'm 19, so it always followed me my whole life till now. So then we mix it with aduki beans coming from Japan, originally from Hokkaido. It is grown in the volcanic ground, so they have very good very much minerals, and they are very young, they call it. The Japanese, let's say, because the Chinese call it yin, but okay, the Japanese call it yang, which is makes your body strong-making effect, contrary to yin, which is more like expanding. So, like sugar is very expanding. So we need some force. So sometimes we have to eat some more young food, especially if we work a lot with machines and stuff like that. It's good to have some balance. So then also we have a vegetable like pumpkin, also from Hokkaido pumpkin, traveled, it's a story, it traveled from Holland to America, and from America to Japan, and then it came back to Holland as Hokkaido pumpkin. I heard the story, somebody told me, I don't know. But okay, it's also very young and very strong pumpkin, very good, much minerals, good to eat. And it gives a good balance in the alkaline, because we have the rice, which is a little bit, it's more like starchy, which is more like base, and then we have an alkaline which balances it. So then we have the green leaves like andivy, which gives a nice bitter taste. Then because we have the taste like pungent, sour, bitter, salty, sweet. So all the tastes have a certain effect. So it's good to have all this taste in your food. So then we have some condiments and some crunchy stuff like parsley root, so to give it a consistency that gives a little bit crunchy. Or we could make like a pakora or something, but I didn't want to use the oil today. So, and today we have Friday, so we use the color is white, but white, like we all know, has all colors. So we also in Friday we use all colors. So like that. Because the idea was, when I was working like a cook and after also like an artist and stuff like that, food was always like an idea from, oh, it's for your fun and all this kind of stuff. Oh, that's certainly true, it should be very tasty and fun, but it's a very important thing, because without food our whole body is non-existent. We are food, so we are the food we eat. So if we want to have a different mind, a different body or anything, food is very helpful. And if we want to get to a new consciousness, and that was very much the story with this project, Art Meets Science, this one. So how to get a new consciousness was not like, oh, we have all this theory and then we talk and talk and talk. No, we have to have a good food, a good house, good thinking, new ideas, no colonial ideas and all this kind of stuff, because we have to learn from other countries, because there have been so many cultures on this planet already and they know so much. So why not to learn from these cultures? So, but okay, we are now at the time we talk about food, and it's more like it became more common. But I remember 20 years ago when I told people food has an effect on your health, people say I'm crazy. So that happened a lot of time. So now already, okay, we are a little bit into the good direction, and we can develop a lot with it, with the knowledge of what you learn from India, from China. There's so much knowledge. Also, of my first food knowledge I got from Morocco. Morocco has a big food culture, everywhere we can learn a lot from the food, how the people prepare food. So, like that, that's a big chance for also for the environment. So to eat less meat and still have some taste and still find the European way of eating. So, okay, like that. No, that's enough, I think.
Hoe laat is het eten klaar?
So we can eat at, like it was planned, 6:40. Yeah.
6:40, yeah. 20 to 7.
Yeah. So then we have this Corona times now, so we all go in groups, and so then we, I think 10 people, they go and they take a plate, and then like this, and we come back here and we eat here, and just we enjoy food, so we can survive the whole evening without feeling hungry or something like that. Okay, now Louwrien, let's see what.
Yes, my story is the same thing as Art Meets Science and Spirituality in a Changing Economy that I did in the Stedelijk Museum in 1990, and how it came together is a simple story. It was, I invited boys for days and days and days, and then I made a book out of that because I wanted to know everything that he was thinking. And then I made a book, and it sold out immediately. I typed it out myself, the book. And then boys said, you should put the same questions to Andy Warhol. And Andy Warhol, he gave the longest interview he ever gave because he gave 3-minute interviews, you remember. And he was in Geneva. I didn't know that boys had said, I cannot come, but I sent somebody. So he saw me as an important person. And we made the longest interview that Warhol has ever given. And the assistant said there are 40 people waiting at the door. He said, let them wait. So, you know. And then at the end, he said, you should put the same questions to the Dalai Lama. Then I went to the Dalai Lama in India. Oh, he was happy. And he gave exactly the same answers as boys. So when I came out of the palace, which is a place like here, but it's called the palace, I wrote a little note. It said, Dear Joseph, you have a brother here in the Himalayas. He thinks exactly the same way about the problems of today as you do. And then the Dalai Lama said, if you have time, we could speak more. So I had another interview with the Dalai Lama, and very good feeling for here was somebody who understood art. He said, the German artist is right. So who understood art, who had a big heart for art, who almost acted like an artist. And then I found out that many scientists of the new science, so we call the old science the linear science that measures and says through measuring you can know. No, no longer true. Measuring doesn't help. So the chaotic science comes at the end of the 19th, at the end of the 19th century. The chaotic science comes, but people don't believe it, and it's very difficult, and students cannot go to their own teachers, and they go to the Dalai Lama with their questions. And then I thought, I want to hear what happens there. So there was a meeting in Graz. All the scientists who you will see in my text were there. I was speaking about Warhol, Rauschenberg, Beuys, and the scientists said, we don't know all these people of our own time. And then I said, oh, let's make art meet science and spirituality. So that is the story, how art meet science and spirituality came into being. So I was anxious to know what was still there in all the things that were being said in Amsterdam 30 years ago. And I asked people to do a retreat at Amsterdamse Bos, near Amsterdam. 5 days, 20 people getting up 5 o'clock, watching 64 hours of tapes, and they wrote down what they liked best. And from that, what they said, I had promised that I would show what they had said, and finally, now I was asked to do an exhibition in Switzerland, and I thought, oh, I will fill the things that they said in the retreat on all the walls, and this is... Okay, Robert Rauschenberg. Rauschenberg is from Indian descent, American Indian. So the heart is bigger than his body. It's incredible how lovely he is. Rauschenberg sits there because Beuys, Warhol, and Filiu, who have all been very much behind this initiative, died within 1 year, 1986, 87. So Robert Rauschenberg said, do you think I can take the place of Beuys? Well, in fact, Beuys was inspired by Rauschenberg. Rauschenberg is a beauty. I think what drives countries and nations apart is a sense of competition. It always is bad. It cultures jealousies and envies and all the things that one would hope one could ignore or avoid. And I just think that nobody ever has to let anybody stumble on anybody. I don't even think that compassion even has to be ever mentioned. If somebody needs something, then they should have it already. What we have to do is somehow establish a successful society. Bohm, David Bohm, he's the scientist. His family comes from the neighborhood of Vienna, but he was born in the United States, fled the country because he was a communist when he was young, and he couldn't stay any longer there, then went to what you were talking about, Israel, but finally ended up in London and teaching in London as a professor of the, I forget the name of the university, but it's still important. The real meaning of the word compassion is to feel together. If people have the same feeling together and are responsible for each other, then you have compassion. So the first thing we have to do is to look at our whole way of thinking. That means we have to make a cooperative effort to have a dialogue in which we listen deeply to the views of other people without resistance. Happy? And the Dalai Lama and David Bohm are good friends. It means the Dalai Lama calls David Bohm my teacher. And when the Dalai Lama came to the hotel in Amsterdam for the Art Meets Science thing, he first asked, what is the number of the room number of David Bohm? He didn't ask his own room number. He went to the room of David Bohm. Bohm was sitting there and on the only chair, and he got up, he said, sit. He said, no, I sit on the bed, you sit on the chair. So that is the Dalai Lama, you know. Very simple, very sweet. I always feel that compassion is not just a warm heart, but in genuine compassion, there is some sense of responsibility. With that kind of compassion, you try to serve as much as you can. In the human nature, and even in animals, compassion is a natural phenomenon. With that kind of compassion, you try to lead and serve. We have to return to our basic human nature. Everyone wants happiness. Let's just be a good-hearted person. Oh, dankjewel. Ik begin een beetje te slipperen, ja. David Bohm, if we have a coherent approach to reality, then reality will respond coherently to us. We can say reality is, to a certain extent, affected by how we think and feel, especially so the social reality. There is very little left on the earth which wasn't affected by how we are thinking. Wholeness will arise between us all in participation rather than separately. We are internally related to everything, not externally related. Consciousness is an internal relationship to the whole. We take in the whole and we act towards the whole. And Rauschenberg says, this world has its own limitations, and this is the only place we can be on. John Cage. Without John Cage, the world wouldn't have changed as much in art as it has done. He was really the carrier of a new approach in the second half of the last 20th century. Art gives that experience of general uncertainty. Artists are busy as birds. They never have enough time. They work day and night and are completely involved in their work. They require no vacations. I think essentially people are this way. They know perfectly well what to do with their time if they are left anarchic. This is what we must move towards. We want flexibility, and also we want an anarchic situation in which people do what they want, not what they are obliged to do. You breathe better when you are governed, when you are anarchic, than when you are governed by a government. So you breathe better when you are anarchic than when you are governed by a government. I totally agree. Now we get Nobel Prize winner, Ilya Prigozhin. He is the real chaos man. So the people in Graz that I was telling about, the scientists, Prigozhin wasn't there. And they said, we won't come to Art Meets Science and Spirituality if you don't invite Ilya Prigozhin, because he is the strongest. And indeed, he's incredible person. Coming from Russia, they fled from Russia. He lived in Germany for a time, and then in Belgium. You need more anarchy. You need more multiple views, including art, science, and so on. The traditional idea of civilization was based on violence. The great opportunity of our time is to build up, due to science, a society in which people can participate in culture. Science has an important role. It may be responsible for the transition to a global society. Nonlinear science permits us to develop an economy which is no longer based on the exploitation of man by man. It permits creativity and leads to self-organization. The change is absolutely radical. Christiaans is an economist. Of course, the economists in my panel were very important, but apart from the one in the first panel, Russian economist, all the other economists were chosen by the sponsors. And I had no idea, but this is an important one. He served in the war, throughout the whole war in Russia. And when he came back as an economist after the war, he made all the big contracts with Russia, with the oil pipes and so on. But it's a very nice person. Political and military power cannot exist alone. They must be supported by an economic position of equal standing. Also, economy and ecology must merge harmoniously. This requires interdisciplinary, intelligent solutions of great complexity. Drugs, educational problems, loss of identity, and lack of purpose in our anonymous modernity make a new type of thinking needed. And then Ilya Prigozhin, there is general misconception about science, and especially about the role of science. In the last decades, science is entering a new period. In the new science of chaos, this chaos is a type of order. It is unstable order in which the temporal sequences are very complex. We are in a unique new position. We need both order and chaos. Now we see that non-equilibrium can produce coherence and structure. It can produce complex patterns which permit us to understand much better the types of structures we see in the world around us. The laws of ecology and meteorology are based on nonlinear systems. This also revitalized the economy. This has also revitalized the economy. Now people speak about a new nonlinear evolutionary economy. We come closer to a society with ways of expressing that could never be reached before. Lovely man, huh? Then we go to the third panel. This is the second panel, blue. The third panel. Has a Dutch artist, J.C.J. van der Heijden. I actually met him for the first time in a Buddhist temple, or place, what do you call it, institute. Do we know Jacques van der Heijden? Copy, huh? Art is doing, it's not thinking. Doing comes first. The special thing is that you are making something. Everything comes together in one point. That is not no time for thinking. It is going in a moment, in part of a second. All parts of my life are coming together in 1 second. I can't think. It's impossible. Thinking is in time. Creativity is in the moment. It has no time. Art is not existing in the way of rules. I want to make the rules myself. It is part of the creativity. Art is a result of an attitude. The rules are in it. You make rules as you make the form. Sweet, huh? Now this is especially for Martín, who comes from Chile. And Francisco Varela comes from Chile too. Francisco Varela was very, very inspiring throughout his life, I think, for everyone he met. But his life was very short. Oh, suddenly it was over. I think he wasn't even 50 yet. Science, he is science, the science man in the third panel. I find it always great to look at paintings and other works of artists and to listen to the people who present the way you live, that act of creation. I have come to the conclusion that what the visual arts do is draw out the invisible into the visible. Perception precisely is that drawing out into the visible something that wasn't there as visible previously. The creativity that a visual artist manifests is not unlike the creativity the evolution of life manifests to shape worlds. So I think that we can learn a lot from art. Give up the idea of objectivity. Western science evaporates. And Francisco keeps, I very much feel a socialist at heart. If we are not going to build a society that is based on caring, that is especially for Jules, that is based on caring, then we are going wrong. We have to come back to put well-being at the center. We need to put an emphasis on understanding the needs of others. Systems with no solidarity values make me really worried. I see modern times, I think it should be, as being dangerously close to a loop into complete megalomania. This unleash of economic competition and open markets can make a monocrop of the world. Everywhere the same McDonald's and Levi's jeans. The economy as a motor of uniformity. This goes against what is desirable for the planet. The real creativity is to bring that understanding into the actual economy, the actual economic enterprise. But it's not enough to say it. You have to bring it down into your action. Tessa Bilecki, she is a nun, but she made monasteries where boys and girls are living together. There has been a lot of talk about progress, but there's progress on the material level only. This morning we talked about communication. Well, what are all these systems for if they don't give communion? Life is more than information exchange. Life is meeting. Life is relatedness. What astonishes me is the lack of humanness. We need a radical shift in our institutions. Our talking is not enlightened enough. The trouble is that we are not reflecting on how we are living. And then Jacques van der Heyen says, reflecting is the starting point of an artist. It is how you become an artist when you are young. It is what you want to do and what stays. All my life is reflecting. Tessa Bilecki, we believe strongly that the problem with the world is that it's not guided, inspired by contemplation, a long, loving look at the real. So what we are trying to do is help people live a life of that contemplative silence, out of which enlightened action may come. Francisco, reality is not sitting out there. It is a process. What you do and how you find it is inseparable. You have to give up this idea of objectivity. Within cognitive science, objectivity is less and less obvious. There is no solid ground on which you stand. Ik zal even de jongens daar vangen. Now we get to the fourth panel, and it starts with Lawrence, who I have known since the opening of Wim Berend. What is his exhibition again? I forget the title now, but the very important exhibition of losse schroeven. Yeah, of losse schroeven. March 1969. And you see, we both have LW. And we made an exhibition here in Rotterdam, the LW the last year. Okay. What we are talking about is how to build an economy that will have a temporal unity which is useful for our times. I made the suggestion that if we could deal with these questions of hunger and poverty, not in political ways, but in a very simple way of give and take, you would have to find something that you wanted. And it can't be the European model of going on holiday and turning people into servants, and that's how you help their economy. That doesn't help anybody. I'm appalled that we are still talking about structures that don't work. Just change the structure. Do not longer decorate it. Rupert Sheldrake, the scientist of the morphogenetic fields. The morphogenetic field came from Russia at the beginning of the 1900s. And Sheldrake is from England, and he's also interesting. I got interested in the idea that there are form-shaping morphogenetic fields that guide the development of organisms. Form and instincts are inherited from past members of their species. This is not going through the genes, but they tune in directly into a non-material memory. I always felt that this mechanistic understanding of the hormones, biochemistry, the molecules, left something out. I think that all of us tap into a collective memory laid down by people who are now dead. There is evidence that children remember episodes from previous lives. The mechanistic worldview drives the soul and spirit out of nature. Spirituality in this panel is Sogyal Rinpoche. He comes from Tibet and studied in England, religion in England. So maybe he had much better spiritual feelings when he came than after he studied. I got involved with this project, Art Meets Science and Spirituality in a Changing Economy, at a very early stage. The artist Robert Filiou, a friend of mine, encouraged me to meet with Joseph Beuys. We had an interview together with Louwrien. Then the idea of this conference was very much stimulated by Robert Filiou. I think we have to remember his contribution. People are busy to develop their creativity, to find themselves, sometimes through art, through spiritual teachings, or through science. Creativity is something we need to channel to use it. If creativity isn't used well, it can cause great disturbance. It should bring the mind and heart together, wisdom and compassion. more Sogyal Rinpoche. This awakening that is taking place in the West of spiritual teachings is influenced by the artists, because they are the people with very special minds who were frustrated with what was going on in the world, and they were searching. So the artists and the poets have actually opened the door to the spiritual teachings of the East. Lawrence, when an artist does something, this is used to give employment to people in museums, to professors, to students. The industry steals it like mad, and no artist gets anything. Maybe the whole basis of our productivity is to end in entropy. We live, we are born, and we die. Don't stop the pendulum. And again, Sogyal Rinpoche. All these lives and deaths are in a process of evolution. Life is not like an old television set that just goes off. Not like that. There is some continuity that happens. How we live in this life is what brings about the future. What you are doing is what you have been, and what you will be is what you do now. And then Livek, the economist in the fourth, the success of our economy is linked to the personal initiative, creativity and responsibility for everyone. The vitality and energy of each individual is becoming crucial. Less people are trapped in little cages where they were told what to do, could not escape, and could not find happiness. Modern economy is based on creativity. This is the last panel, and we start with Fridtjof Capra. The scientist. Decentralizing is the green perspective on economics and politics. Give more power to the people locally. Democracy needs small scale. America is not a democratic country. The scale is too large. You buy votes through television, and that is not democratic. People should choose their own pattern of development. The criterion has to be sustainability, a society that satisfies its needs without diminishing the chances of future generations. Economists lack that ecological content. That must be changed. I feel strongly that the survival of the human race is at stake.
Once wrote, the bridging point between spirituality and matter.
More than on anything else, the future of civilization depends on how the two most powerful forces in history, namely science on the one hand and religion on the other, how these two most powerful forces in history settle into relationship with each other.
Air is not good to breathe. At the same time that we're in the presence of technological magic. It's very strange. And those paradoxes, which are not for the mind, but are paradoxes in daily life, perhaps give rise to an art that has no place, doesn't give you any place to rest.
It's a pity John Cage isn't here. When he said the future isn't here yet, I would like to ask him, would you like it to be a child again? But now I've changed my question somewhat. And what's the birth of a child nowadays? Is it a reproduction of labor, or more increase the ecological disaster? Is it an act of creation, or is it maybe just an example, an expression of time?
Dr. Christians, no. Would you dissuade people from adding to the population?
I think the population, this morning, it was already an indication that we have now 5 billion people and we will have 10 billion people. And in my feeling, that will create and that makes necessary to look for a complete new understanding for togetherness. For togetherness, that means what kind of behavior, what role will play technology, what role will play science, and what role will play the economy and the management of the economy. In other words, that must be an integrated formula.
I think that we tend to behave better when we think well of ourselves. I think that science in the last 3 centuries has reduced our self-esteem. Every man and woman senses what the mystics called the ground of our being, something that is greater within us than our finite selves. When this ultimate component in our being breathes through our intellect, it is genius. When it breathes through our will, it is virtue. And when it flows through our hearts, it is love. It is real. It is not nostalgia. If we have lost the power to sense it, that is a brutality that somehow modernity has inflicted on us. In Christian terminology, he who seeketh his or her life in egoistic grasping loses it, and those who can step out of their own light and cease to identify themselves simply with their private interests, they find life. One of the most appalling things is the savings and loan scandal, where I've heard the estimates $50 million diverted by wise people who knew the economy and channeled it off into their own pockets. And chemical companies selling biological weapons to Iraq, knowing that that's where it was going to. We are a flawed species. The postmodern mind is a mind that has no comprehensive view of reality, and it is taking its cue from science, which has no imageable view of the way nature happens.
The conversation is about the fact of the reality of the society as we see it now on the table, presented by people who are quite capable. We have people who risk madness by trying to make themselves good people. We have people who risk imprisonment by making deals that are not to be made. We are taking artists who risk madness as well by making and objectifying time.
Can we sail the sea of life without a compass and still reach compassion? During 15 years of teaching religion and philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Houston Smith's hypothesis was thoroughly tested. An epistemology that aims relentlessly. Biologist Ilya Prigogine is sometimes referred to as the poet of thermodynamics. He works at the borderline of living and non-living matter, exploring irreversible non-linear processes, which radically changes our view on space and time.
The Australian Aborigines, the American Indians, all traditional cultures hold that the world is basically a spiritual habitat, that it is infused with spirit, that it emanates from a source that is wondrous, mysterious, greater than we are, and by rub-off from this origin, the world itself is, Max Weber used the phrase, an enchanted garden. And every little stone, leaf, reflects the glory, one might say, of the great spirit or the ultimate mystery.
Rousseau said, all nature is a harmony. That always seemed to me a dubious proposition. Are we now of the opinion that nature is not a harmony?
No, there's a harmony in chaos.
Chaos is such a misunderstood word. You see, for many people, chaos means disorder. Curiously, chaos, as studied in modern science, and many people speak of the new science of chaos, chaos is a type of order. It's a type of unstable order in which the temporal sequences are very complex.
And spirituality is really a whole way of life, and it's really quite natural and spontaneous. And the more natural and spontaneous and unselfconscious it is, the better it is. And in other eras in history, people were more naturally and spontaneously spiritual. Spirituality is just an inevitable part of being human. And societies in the world today that are more primitive, as people would say, are definitely spiritual societies. It's westernized, industrialized society that's having difficulty living a so-called spiritual life.
In the Buddhist tradition, which is one of the reasons I'm so interested in it, is that the Buddhist tradition had made its own discovery of this groundless nature of human reality, that you cannot rely on some absolute truth or absolute judgment, that every form of knowing or every form of ignorance is contextual. The interesting thing about the Buddhist tradition is that they warn you from the very beginning that if you don't pay attention, if you don't have a profound work on what is it for you in your life to confront that lack of foundation, you're going to fall into the pitfall of that nihilism. Confronting this lack of foundation immediately makes it essential and points to the need for a human practice, for a human learning, for a human transformation into that. It is not enough to know it. It is not enough to understand it. It is not to have a scientific theory of it. You have to grow into it. The need to understand the immaturity with which we are born, to confront it, because maniacally we want to solidify things, maniacally. So when you understand that you have no ground and yet you are maniacally solidifying it, you begin to lead a life that is completely strange. Causality for the common mind is out there, is out in the world. That causality also applies to your own mind. That is, what you know and what you ignore is also a matter of an internal dynamics, of an internal causal pattern. And even the experimental psychologist, when he closes the door, usually the attitude is you close the door of the lab, you go home and you forget about it, right? Then you behave as if you had a very solid self, and you had very neat dogmatic ideas about what is right and what is wrong, and how to avoid the awareness of death and the awareness of aging and the pain of others and so on and so forth.
No more consciousness than consciousness in the moment. So then in one day, or in 1 week you can say, but it's only the top of our being. I see the sun is now, and I see everything, the table, and I'm sitting here, and I can see my fingers. That's the top.
Jacques is calling himself.
Fingers. That's the top.
Jacques is calling himself a visual artist, and what he does, we look at with our eyes. We're not just seeing with our eyes, and we're not just seeing because of what the brain does. We're seeing with the whole body. And I so appreciate Jacques as an artist because he says, well, you know, for years I didn't do art, and I don't even know if I'm an artist, because he's a person first. And that's what is most important, is that we meet as persons, not as categories. And if I get locked into the monk box, that's terrible, because I just happen to be a monk. I mean, that's a form that expresses something that's much more fundamental to me. And this also has a lot to do with perception, because if you're out there thinking monk, then you have all these preconceptions, and then I can't be who I really am, and I'm just Tessa. And you don't want to just sit here listening to talking boxes. And then you have to be able to make some kind of a connection in your own life. That's the point of our coming together. And what will Pinheiro, as the representative of the economy, learn about what it means to be a person from all these different perspectives, so that as a man of great influence in the world, and let's face it, the people who have the greatest influence here are all the people from the corporations. They have the money, they have the power. I have no power. I can make gestures. It's all very lovely, it's all very poetic. Francisco has no power. He has to depend on support of other people. Jacques has no power. But the power is in the hands of...
I have been listening.
See what we call color is not at all the way other species see it. You see, it's easy for human beings to understand that different cultures have a different view of what, say, beauty or justice is. And we have no problems in accepting that we live in a multiverse of social constructs. What I'm trying to show with this research is that this multiversality carries on all the way down to how you feel, how you perceive. That when you see a color, which is identical for all human beings, there's completely cross-cultural. Nevertheless, that is proper to humans. Now, birds, mind you, have an
in the ether. So, it seems as though we're stepping from dinner, though obviously the plates are still here and we're still enjoying our food. Natasha Falkov is our next artist, who, because of Corona, was not able to travel, but she's in Berlin, and she will take over in 1 second before I make this minor announcement. Because of the concerns raised perhaps around safety and security regarding people's statuses in countries, because of people's discomforts with being in the stage, with an ever presence of cameras that we do not need to perform to all the time. We thought it would be a good idea that if you do not want to be on film, you may have a pan up over you, but if you do not want to be photographed, you could put one of these us stickers on your left shoulder. So just wanted to say that. And I'll put those here. And then Natasha Falkov from Berlin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Natasha Falkov. Thank you guys so much for having me today, to everyone at Stroom and to Jules and Marc for organizing this amazing event. I really hope to be there with you in person, but unfortunately, due to the global pandemic, this wasn't possible. So now I'm digitally there with you. So yeah, it's strange that I can't see you guys and really interact with you, but hello. Thank you all for coming. Today I'll be discussing alienation in activism. But first, a little bit about me and my background. So I work as a union organizer, a community organizer, as well as a writer and blossoming documentary filmmaker. I currently live in between London and Berlin. In London, I organize with United Voices of the World, amongst other organizations. UVW is a grassroots member-led union, and I am the communications officer of our branch. In Berlin, where I currently am, wishing I was there with you guys, I organize with Berlin Collective Action, which is a mutual aid fund started to support marginalized communities in Berlin who did not have access to state funding during the pandemic. So the idea that I'm discussing today, which is alienation and activism, and examining ways to build strong and sustainable movements, stems from my experiences in activism and being in hundreds of meetings, seminars, protests, training, workshops, etc. I personally noticed and sometimes felt this feeling of alienation within organizing spaces and in the left more generally. And it's something that I'm very interested in talking about, while also looking at solutions or tactics we as community organizers can use. Obviously, this is a huge and complex topic, and I simply cannot, as one little person, solve this in 45 minutes today, but I would like to try and make a dent and open up the conversation. This presentation is the beginning of a bigger research project I'm working on, which will be an ongoing process of learning and unlearning. Yeah, this is just the beginning of that thought process, so bear with me. During my time organizing, I've also learned different tactics and tools that communities can utilize to dissipate this feeling of alienation, which I'll talk about more in a second, and build strong and sustainable movements that prioritize as the key solidarity, trust, and a greater sense of community. Before I present ideas or solutions, I want to further explain this alienation that I'm talking about and examine where this might come from. Again, this is a huge topic, but I will do my best. So just a heads up regarding time today, because yeah, I can't be physically present. I'm going to talk for about 30 minutes. I think that's more than enough of hearing my voice and staring at my computer. And then I'd love to hear audience questions for the last 15 minutes. I originally wanted this to be more of a conversation rather than me lecturing you about alienation, which can feel alienating in itself. But due to restrictions of the digital sphere, yeah, we'll have to settle for this, but I think it will work out. And yeah, I can see and hopefully hear you sometimes, which will be fantastic. So firstly, what is alienation in activism and why is it important to talk about? To give this a little bit of background and contextualize it, In the age of neoliberalism and consumer or free market capitalism, we're experiencing something that could be understood as the death of community and the rise of individualism. I'll try not to speak in too many isms. Briefly summarize, the rise of liberalism, which prioritizes autonomy, liberty, and equality, has encouraged individualism over communitarianism. There's a lot of isms, but individualism is the ideology of the individual, where the individual's choices and freedoms are prioritized over that of the collective. Communitarianism, on the other hand, emphasizes the connection between the individual and the community, with much less focus on the individual. To summarize with a quote, liberalism breeds individualism, resulting in a society of atomized individuals and an absence of community. So basically, the individualist ideology, more often seen in Western or westernized countries and free market capitalism, has disintegrated our sense or feeling of community. This has ultimately made it much harder for individuals in these communities to survive. This is especially true for migrant communities, working class communities, and other marginalized communities. This is not saying that community no longer exists, and it's much more complex than my little brief summary, because it does still exist, but there's much less emphasis on it, and it's much harder to feel part of. This is where the feeling of alienation comes in. Without being able to rely on your community through things like mutual aid, care, support, etc., and also struggling with self-reliance, as many of us do, this often leaves reliance on the state, which, as we know, often provides very little to no support for these marginalized communities, who are now seen as marginalized individuals. This feeling is deeply alienating. This ideology also places importance on the ego rather than the collective. This "I don't owe anyone anything" ideology. I'm sorry to say, but I believe you do. This is where community organizing comes in. So community organizing, or organizing in general, comes in many different forms, of which many, I'm sure, is represented in this room or in that room, and of those watching online. It's a space where marginalized communities such as Black communities, LGBTQA+, sex workers, migrants, people with functional diversities, working class communities, precarious workers, tenants, etc., can organize and fight for their rights, have a seat at the table around issues that affect them, and also replenish that feeling of community. The fact they are part of something bigger than themselves, and their struggles are not simply their own. Because simply put, we are not just individuals, as Margaret Thatcher would like to have us believe. We are all part of a wider community, part of something bigger than ourselves. I just want to, it's very strange talking to this because I'm not really sure where to look. So if my eyes are all over the place, I apologize. We've established that solidarity and community are extremely important, as is community organizing and activism. But what happens when we experience alienation within our activism? What do we do then? Even when we organize, we still exist within an individualist world. That doesn't go away the moment that we step in a community center or pick up a banner. Feeling part of a community is a process. One must establish a true feeling of solidarity and trust with those around you. Also true feelings of mutual support and beliefs. With the state of the world as it is, and endless amounts of work to do, it's often hard to prioritize care practices, grow this and really implement the ideology of utilitarianism. The ego of individualism also does not fade into the black the moment that we decide to organize. It is often fed by this feeling of righteousness or purpose. While this is not necessarily a bad thing, it can manifest in alienating ways. And processes such as accountability and reformative justice need to be in place. Community organizers, also much more likely than not to be grossly overworked and very rarely paid, often leaving them burnt out and exhausted. But yeah, absolutely in my experience. Working and organizing in very intimate environments, whether that be in a physical or digital space, can be intense, especially when you do not really know the people that you're working beside on a personal level. Small disagreements between members can become alienating quickly, especially if processes like accountability and reformative justice are not in place. And this can lead to splits or ultimately the demise of organizations, which more often than not does end up happening. Especially, speaking also from my experience, when one is so passionate about a topic and puts hours and hours and hours of free labor, and also finally feels part of something bigger than themselves and part of this kind of community that you've been yearning for, problems arising can be distressing and ultimately very alienating for those involved, especially if the tools of dealing with those problems aren't there to be utilized. So that all sounds a bit depressing, but we're going to flip it on its head now. So the big dazzling question, how can we build stronger and more sustainable movements? How do we rid ourselves of alienation within activism? Again, this is a huge question and one that I am alone not attempting to answer, but merely putting forward ideas that I have encountered or experienced to be successful. So there are many different tools and actions that can be taken by an organizing group, and it really does depend on the group and the structures in place in that particular group. But one tool that I found extremely useful was consciousness-raising groups. I was hoping to have an actual consciousness-raising session during the seminar, but due to me not being physically there and the intimacy of having a session, I don't know if this is going to be possible. But in a summary of what consciousness raising is, for those that are interested, consciousness raising groups are a form of activism that was popularized by late 1960s feminists in living rooms across the USA. They were one of the first places women could talk without being interrupted by men. The groups work to create influential collective theory, action, and strong bonds of solidarity between members by collectively raising a common awareness. It is important to note they were also done in activist groups that were already organizing over a certain topic. So they were a way of building and solidarity and trust between members of an existing organization. Often regarded as the backbone of second wave feminism, these bonds of solidarity and trust became the backbone of their organizing, with members meeting and struggling together for decades afterwards. So rather than a reading group, consciousness raising sets out to produce theory and action from collective personal experience. It does so by studying into subjects relevant to people's lives, such as work, childhood, race, class, gender, etc. And also who and what has interest in maintaining the oppression within one's lives. It is based upon an assumption that most people are like each other, with many similar interests and problems. Daring to speak about our own experience and feelings is powerful, and doing so builds strength and community. Everyone is an expert in their own experience. The only requirement to participate is honesty. Ultimately, the purpose of hearing from everyone was never to be nice or tolerant or to develop speaking skills or the ability to listen. It was about getting closer to the truth. Knowledge and information would make it possible for people to be able to speak. The purpose of hearing people's feelings and experiences was not therapy. And it was not someone to give somebody a chance to get something off their chest. It was a chance to hear what they had to say. And usually this tool is utilized before a demo or before an action. And it's kind of a way to, I mean, often when you're organizing with people, you can, especially in the leading up to an action or the leading up to an event, you spend an extreme amount of time with these people in a very intimate way, in a very passionate, emotive way. But often you don't really know their experience or anything about their personal lives. And this also kind of very much strengthens this feeling of alienation that I personally experience and that other people I know have. And the concept of consciousness raising in this kind of setting is before a meeting to actually, bring people together over an issue. So the questions, there's a kind of a few set questions, but it's also up to the group can make their own questions. So the questions are often like, how does it make you feel when you tell people what you do for money? Now, obviously been in a group of this where there's sex worker, there's a miner, there's like a very well-funded artist, there's somebody that works in a supermarket, and often doing many other things in their lives, but coming together and having the space and actually being able to hear people talk about their experiences really, really brings the room together in a super, super interesting way. Also questions like, what does your gender enable you to do? And the group's work, I have a friend and I wrote a zine on consciousness raising that functions as a practical guide of everything that you need to kind of implement it in your group. So if people are interested, this is available as an online PDF, which I can post. But the concept of it, is to raise people's consciousness around a certain issue, and also to have this uninterrupted first half to be able to speak and the rest to be able to discuss what people have heard. So there's many other important tools and strategies and actions that activists can use to make sure their movement is accessible to everyone in their community. Things such as, is there childcare at your meeting? Who are you alienating or ostracizing if there isn't? There's no revolution without childcare. So things like this are very, very important. Another thing like eating together. If you as an organization have the resource, providing cooked meal before meetings is an incredibly effective way to bring people together and also strengthen the idea of community. It also, for those, it's also something for people to look forward to come to a meeting, to know that they're going to be fed, to know that they're able to have childcare, all of these kind of things. It's incredibly important. So also some really, D. Hunter in his book, Chav Solidarity, talked about the importance, which is an incredible book, talked about the importance of the boring work. Things like admin, things like cleaning the toilets. Like if you are relatively privileged in your community, and this doesn't have to even just be about in the group that you're organizing with, but also in the community that you're in, if you have the ability to take on boring tasks, do it. Sometimes creating spreadsheets and cleaning toilets can be as revolutionary as picket lines. Activism isn't always fun, and that's the reality. It's not always loud, bright, colorful. Sometimes it is going to your local community center and offering to clean the toilets 2 days a week because nobody else wants to take the job. And if you don't take that job, it's going to be shut down. I would really recommend Chav Solidarity. He talks about this in amazing detail. I think things also like reflexive practice. Understanding your own prejudices and privileges, also assessing why you were involved in activism. If you are driven by ego rather than community, it's important to take a step back and work through this. As I said, we live in an individualist world where ego is prioritized. It is very important to understand what our actions are. Things like accountability processes and reformative justice. Does your organization have an accountability protocol? Do people actually use it, or is it just there to to have it? And what does it look like? I think it's really important in these kind of spaces, and as also a thing of de-alienation, to make sure that you do have a good protocol. So accountability is not seen as an attack, because that can be deeply alienated to the people that feel attacked and also to the people that are trying to come forward about issues. This often causes splits and internal problems within organizations. I think more difficult, especially in the age of Corona, where we are more alienated from our communities in general in terms of physical space, creating spaces away from organizing to simply focus on building community. So these can be things like eating together, drinking together, even if it's juice, and watching a film together, like these kind of activities that like are loosely related to what you're doing, but also just like focusing purely on care. It's not always possible, but I think it's incredibly crucial. I think, this prioritization of care, and rather than just it being when people have capacity or when it's deemed, but to always prioritize care within these kind of movements, I think is incredibly important. I think at a personal level, trying to understand boundaries and capacities, setting boundaries within your community. Also, it strengthens relationships as it just does with private relationships. So understanding as a community what each other's boundaries and capacities are for organizing, and being able to stick for those, because I think people do burn themselves out very, very quickly, and it's really, so as I stated before, this is not at all a comprehensive list. This is kind of just things that I have been thinking about, and it's just kind of the beginning, of a thought process. I think the key also to all of these things that I've said, some of them much more broad, some of them very specific, is actually implementing them. I think the hardest thing, it's very easy to have these kind of ideologies of community and care. And I think that's where the alienation really comes, where you feel this is your community, this is who, prioritizes your care. But when this doesn't actually translate to the real world, or it doesn't actually happen, I think that feeling is deeply alienating. I think there's also a more general alienation that the left experiences, especially D. Hunter also talks about really well, with the alienation of the working class community within activism that sometimes becomes quite white and middle class, and this kind of respectability process, of this kind of activism. So thank you. I think I've spoken enough. I'm sick of my own voice right now. So thank you all for listening. I'd love to open up the floor to questions. Also, if people have comments. I'm not sure exactly how this will work digitally. I don't know if I can hear you guys now. But yeah, thank you. Kind of, you're a booming voice in the distance, but it's not super clear.
Can you hear me better?
You're a bit muffled.
How about now?
Maybe.
Okay.
I can hear you a bit better now.
I'll hold this here. So thank you. That I think we appreciated that greatly. I have questions, but I would rather prioritize questions from the audience, from all of us. Michelle?
Yes. Shall I ask the question? Can you ask?
Yes. Why don't you ask the question and then I can translate it, just to make sure.
Yeah, I would like to have some examples of how
There's a microphone here. Maybe there's someone who wants.
Thank you. Yeah. I'd like to have some examples of accountability protocols.
I think accountability protocols, as I said, it kind of really depends on the structure of the group. So some groups will have, so the union I'm on has an elected committee. So within that committee that we have, or building accountability procedures, so that if there is an issue raised by a member, so this might also be having somebody that we have a well-being officer, and this is somebody that people can go to if there is problems. And having this kind of pathway already set up means that if there is complaints or issues, there is a clear path in which people will go. But it doesn't really stop there. It's within that, do we have ways that an issue can be brought up within a community and be dealt with without it being like an emotive, passionate mess? So yeah, I think it's setting up whatever procedure or protocol works for the group. So maybe it's like holding a meeting to discuss an issue, and then, you know, there being 5 minutes for people to speak, and then a chance for that person to answer, and then whatever kind of solutions to that issue are raised. And I think creating that kind of procedure where I think a lot of organizations, especially when they are non-hierarchical, because they often form kind of these natural hierarchies, that when there isn't actually protocol or there isn't like an established way to deal with issues within a group, often they either explode or they're just kind of mismanaged. So yeah, an accountability procedure just means having, whatever works best for the group that you're in. Did you want more specific examples, or is that?
What is a protocol that has worked best for your situation, and which one has completely failed?
I like that question. If I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't think I've ever had like 100% perfect accountability procedure. I think this is something that, the groups that I'm in and also groups that I see around me are working on, because as I said, it is kind of like a process. I guess the key to these kind of processes is first transparency, both on the side of the person holding somebody accountable, but also on the side of the person that is being held accountable. So complete transparency from both sides. Some sort of mediation between the two things. So that the worst case scenario is it gets dealt with when there's a lot of anger or a lot of frustration or a lot of exhaustion, and it kind of just blows up. I also don't want to, I'm in no means an expert on accountability. I just also want to put that this is just from my experience. But yeah, I mean, this is also something that I'm very excited or looking forward to learn in the future of what is kind of reformative justice, and also what is accountability in these kind of things. But yeah, I think transparency, honesty, mediation, and clear protocol and practices, whether that might be writing a letter. And it's also something that each group will kind of come up with on their own, and it will be a try, it will be, there's no one-size-fits-all process, I don't think. And the group can kind of figure that out on their own, but it is important that it is figured out, because I've been part of groups where there's no, when there's a certain level and there's no one to take a complaint to, it's pretty much impossible to then raise issues within that group without raising something public. I think having clear pathways is an important first step.
Yes, thank you for this really interesting talk. And I'm wondering about the role you think commitment plays into this kind of situation, because a lot of people are having a lot of responsibilities and they have very networked lives, or they have different responsibilities with different people and different institutions. And so when I think about community, the first thing that I think of is commitment to the community, because if we don't have that shared sense of commitment to each other, then it becomes really hard. But at the same time, because people have so many responsibilities in their daily lives, the commitment to the community is often very precarious and often very much at risk of being trampled by all these other responsibilities that people already have in their lives. And I'm interested in what you think of that.
Yeah, I think this concept, I mean, speaking first from personal experience, what made me committed to my community was having, and it may be a very egotistical thing, but having this sense of purpose, and having this sense of solidarity in the community, and having kind of roots that you feel like you are actually a valid part of that community. I think what I was talking about before with individualization, that's totally true, that actually people don't really have time or feel like they don't have any time to prioritize the community. But I think in saying that, like, I think life is also made a million times easier if we do prioritize community, whether that be our very local community or whether that be our wider community. So yeah, I think if we are able to create spaces that are not alienating and that are kind of grant people a sense of purpose, and also like not just a purpose, but also this feeling that you are part of something much bigger than yourselves. And there is actually things that you can do to help, because I think a lot of this organizing is also this idea of hope. You know, it's horrible to feel isolated, alienated, and hopeless in, you know, in both your future and your community's future. But even by having like some sort of role, whether it's in a union, whether it's in a mutual aid fund, whether it's in a lobbying campaign, whether it's in, you know, a whole bunch of different sectors of organizing, I think, yeah, that like people won't always, I think that's one of the big things with alienation also. Sometimes a lot of the work falls onto a few people, where it is hard to get people to show up all the time. And it is, whether it's to meetings or to a demo or to do the work they said they were going to do, you know, especially because a lot of the labor is unpaid, and we still live in late capitalism, you know, it's very hard to be doing hours and hours of unpaid labor. Especially things like if you have a child to look after, you have a family, you're working 3 jobs. Sometimes very precarious workers often have lots of time to organize because they have spaces between work. Yeah, so I think my answer to that is, yeah, by prioritizing creating actual real senses of community, I think there will be a commitment to that community, and that commitment can look like very different things. And that's when, before, this idea of like having boundaries or capacities, I think is very important actually, because it also builds the sense of trust, like, hey, I actually can't do that task today because I'm busy, or I'm exhausted, or I'm feeling anxious. Sounds like a small thing, but it also allows people from the community to trust each other, because you know that they're going to show up when they say they're going to show up, and you know that they're not when they're busy. And things like that. I think there's so many, like, if you actually have a strong sense of community, I think people will be committed no matter how busy they are. And yeah, hopefully it can alleviate also some of that busyness by providing things like childcare, by providing things like eating together, by all of these kind of things. Sorry, that was a bit like rambling on, but I think it.
Other questions? I'd like to ask a question then. So, building on these set of questions, actually, also in relationship to Michelle's, just building on these questions. I've been involved in an activist project in Berlin, where the joy of creating a space together was very real. And as somebody who is ungrounded in Germany, the way of practicing together in a organized space around building a political garden project seemed to be a way that somebody who doesn't know German activist forms, I knew about gardening and I knew about collaboration. And so it seemed like an easy way to step out of like the neoliberal hell of not being able to find community and being in a strange place and not knowing how to work together. And then over time, it became very clear to me that an element that you pointed out, the space between the ideology of why some people were there versus the community, and I don't want to play them off so much, but I was really struck by how you brought in that in a way there was a feeling of like the ideologues versus the communitarians, and in a way what I liked also about what you were talking about was how, and it's been a new and developing question for me in my activist life, the question of care. What is it that we're doing with our time together? And so I think my question has to do with an effective balance as you're a political organizer for a union, like how, as well as somebody who I assume may be involved in more DIY projects, how do you find the balance of, for lack of a better word, care activism around being together and being together in common, beside the goals and the ideological and real political goals? Do you have any insight in the tensions and collaborations between those two forms?
Yeah, like I just want to start and say that I'm not an activist guru.
Of course.
So my ideas are only my own opinions. But in saying that, yeah, I think so. The question was about how how these care practices can balance with your political ideologies or your political practices. I think this is where prioritizing practices of radical care or community care are incredibly important. And this is where implementing the things that you believe in theoretically are also implemented in your everyday life. And this is your very personal life also, how do you treat the people in your immediate circle? How do you give back to your immediate community? How do you give back to your, how do you actually interact with the world outside of your activism? Because at the end of the day, you're still an individual functioning within your community, even when you're not organizing. So how do you actually, do you have this restorative, this reflexive practice? Are you understanding your own privileges, etc.? And then how are you actually implementing? So things like care can be if you know somebody is really struggling right now, everybody pull some money together and make sure that person has money that month to pay the rent. Somebody is struggling with childcare. Hey, I have 2 days off this week. I can go and help. This thing I was talking about with going and cleaning the toilets in the community center. All of these, I think, are practices of care. And I guess a lot of the work of care is also social reproduction, and it's not really seen also as real work or real labor. And I think a lot of organizing movements, especially, have been very patriarchal and or very male-centered, and they're let's go punch some Nazis, but what are we actually doing for the communities that are significantly affected by fascism? So I think it's just also a different way of thinking about or approaching activism, where it's what am I actually doing for my community? And am I actually listening to the community around me? Or even if it's not my particular community, how am I engaging in it? Rather than this is my political ideology and this is what I'm going to do to fix it, So I think it's there's a many-pronged approach to activism, and I think care and this concept of care, where it's childcare, whether it's food, whether it's resources, whether it's mutual aid, whether it's kind of like this intimacy of conversation, so things like consciousness raising, or it's having a beer after a meeting, like, or you know, or like getting together after a protest and having a chance to unwind. Like, all of these things are practices of care, even as simple as the beginning of the meeting, like, how is your Monday, you know, or how's the last week been? And then people can go around and say something short, and it does really bring people together in this idea of care, you know, and then you're focusing on the people around you as well as the outwards facing community that you're doing work towards. So I feel like the two can really interplay with each other, and I think of a lot of movements that are led by women, like the sex workers' rights movement, a lot of different feminist movements have really prioritized this concept of care and of social reproductive care also, that are just so heavily implemented in the way that you organize. Where I think other movements that are very much based on people's shared political ideology miss this aspect of care. Yeah, sorry, I'm rambling a lot.
No problem.
Yeah.
Any other questions? One in the back. Or comments?
Hi, thank you for your talk. There's been mentions of accountability and how we kind of source accountability. I wanted to ask the question if you've ever used care riders or kind of access docs that kind of set, especially in the relationship within maybe the artist and the institution, set almost a contract or a understanding of ability and understanding of capability before scenarios can happen. So, for example, if it would kind of provide more easy, understandable accountability. So, if there's something that is said in the access doc or the care rider, I can't deal with this with a certain situation. Therefore, if this is broken, or if this kind of trust is broken, I won't be able to take part or participate in this activity, this exhibition, this event of some kind. I'm just wondering if you've kind of experienced or used kind of the method of access docs as a starting point before there is need for accountability, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I've done it in more maybe informal ways. Is Care Rider a platform, or is it what is Care Rider itself? I can't really hear you.
She's getting a microphone.
Hello, I'm back.
Okay, hi.
Care Rider
Cool.
is a document that describes, maybe it could be a physical or non-visual disability. So it could also describe anxiety, but it is a document which is presented to anyone that you're working with, maybe whether it be an institution, an individual, that it very clearly and accessibly describes your abilities and inabilities. So it's a document which can be used when engaging with an institution or a person. So it's something that I've been working to understand as a practitioner, how this document can prevent the questioning of accountability in the first place. It's almost a contract. I work within your institution, but I can't be replying to emails all the time, or I can't physically be part of that space, or currently in the current situation, I can't physically install an exhibition because I live with someone who's vulnerable, and if I don't feel that for example, with coronavirus, for example, if you're unable to be in a space because of your own safety or the safety of someone with you, these boundaries are set from the very beginning, and there isn't therefore a question of accountability, because whoever breaks that kind of contract, there is obvious accountability to begin with. It's different, I suppose it's being applied to a different situation, but I think it's something that can be used in a lot of other situations. We're working with groups of people, with communities of people. It's almost setting accessible information as a boundary at the beginning, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we do. The union I organize for has this. Kind of writing, different think whatever you find relevant. Yeah, so I have some people, like, sometimes I have really bad anxiety and I don't want to answer, I'm not going to answer emails for a bit, and that's, you know, the way that I deal with things. Or I overcommit myself to a million different things, and sometimes I find it hard to, you know, take on everything that I've committed myself to. And these kind of things I think are really important, and they're really good to set, at the beginning. I think there are things that, like, with organizing comes more complicated than just the boundaries that was set. But I think it is important also to set those boundaries before. I think that's a really good tool. And also understanding other people and understanding what other people's capacities and boundaries are. And it's a really nice way to get to know with the people that you are working alongside. I think it's a really good tactic.
Before we close this out, I'm wondering if there's any other experiences or anything else anybody would like to share to either Natasha or to the group here before we move on. A YouTube question.
So on YouTube, somebody asked, how do you begin to introduce some of these ideas into institutions that are devoid of care or culture of care, and how do you grow these ideas?
It's a very big closing question. So talking about institutions that really don't have these, I mean, I guess it really depends how your institution is also structured. I mean, there's also, a lot of these tactics do rely or are in the process of, like, say, there's accountability to have somebody that it does well-being, or somebody that is like somebody that specifically deals with these kind of complaints and is able to look at care and accountability, like, without having that person. I mean, that's maybe a first step to make sure that there is somebody on the team that is specifically looking out for the interests of the people on the team, and that is available. I'm assuming this kind of situation has management. I mean, I'm also talking about, I'm talking more about activist circles that don't have this concept of management and of bosses, because in the union I work for, no management or bosses can join, and also a lot of the DIY activism is kind of non-hierarchical, or it has elected officials. But I think in a case of, I think it's, I mean, one, maybe unionized. So I guess, like, to lobby to set up this kind of person that is looking out specifically for this, and see if within the community you can, within the team or the members of working, you can actually come together to demand that this changes, that if there's no care or accountability within the institutions that you work for. I think, this is where also having this collective power or building community within, I think that's a really complex question, and one that I'd like to also think about more.
I think under these conditions right now, we're going to have to close it, because we are going to have to move on, but I think we all appreciated your contribution to this concept of care that we're talking about tonight.
Thank you. Bye.
So we're moving on now to Karina Zavidova, a design researcher. Okay.
I have a presentation here. Oh yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. Oh. Yes. Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. So we've seen some performances tonight, and I'm gonna be the PowerPoint person.
Sweet.
Oh, good. So, hi everyone, and also hi everyone online. Great to know you're around. My name is Karina Zavidova. I am a graphic designer. I do research on my own, and I am a so-called professional migrant, meaning that I am a migrant worker in the arts and culture field, and I also work with the subject of migration in my research, next to doing other projects. And I've been researching the subject for 3 years, and I basically focus on sort of looking into what are the terms and conditions for non-European people to be present in the Netherlands as a creative practice. And few things I explore in my work. The rain is quite powerful over there, but I hope you can hear me. So first of all, there is a lack of information, and I mean it quite, I put it quite blunt, because from my personal experiences, neither me, a migrant, nor my European partners or institutional partners understand how I work. And another interesting thing is the lack of visibility and what I call as single cases versus a group, because every time there is a discussion of, let's say, a certain migrant worker or a certain migrant workers collective, there is this perception of non-European citizen in the Netherlands as an outlier, as an outlier, and not as a regularity, not as a part of a group. And speaking of a group versus a single case, of course, there is also a question of language, because when we talk about migration, there is always a separation between the alien and the locals. And let's say the utopian goal of this work would be to move from the language which works with aliens and locals to having a language which describes a shared workspace where not all parties are equal. And mentioning that, I basically, so there is some kind of language to be created, there is a terminology to be brought up, and the fact is that terminology which comes from legal work, from policy making, it doesn't really perform well in after parties at the exhibition openings. So we don't have the working language to talk about immigration casually. And that's something I want to work on, and also be inclusive, thinking of different generations, because people, oftentimes those who commission me, they haven't worked with migrants when they were in my career phase. And maybe there was no rules, or the world was different, as simple as that. So what I'm trying to do now, I've been mostly a PowerPoint person, theory person, although coming from the arts. I'm trying to develop some sort of hands-on approach to citizenship. Then there is a space and there is a certain comfort of talking about differences in citizenship every day, casually, and figuring things out as we go. And to move from being on my own to understanding where I am amongst other migrants and amongst, and as a part of the network with people and institutions and different citizenships. I have put online a survey, which I really hope the link is somewhere out there, if it's not, it's in the last slide of my presentation. So basically, I'm making a survey to understand how informed we are on inequalities based on citizenship in creative work, and also understand what kind of roles we have. And I'm gonna jump a little bit to the last point of this slide, because what I am trying to do is to talk not about migrants versus locals, or like migrants plus locals together. I want to create multiple descriptions of networks, like what kind of roles there are, like clients, employers, commissioners, artists in residency, large variety of relationships. And also something I find important, that speaking about migrants, it is often presumed that migrants are those who are being hired, but I also want to explore what happens when people with temporary residence permits hire. For example, I have 2 multi-year projects at the moment, and it's always very interesting to communicate to people I hire that it might be very different because I might have to go away, or things like that. So I don't think we talk about this kind of relationships enough, and we also don't talk enough about immigration-related costs, and I don't talk about it as a personal cost. I talk about it as costs of professionalization, the costs of starting your practice. And these are specific costs non-European citizens pay to live and work in Europe. And basically, like, it's not something to be taken lightly. People who move here to be in this environment and basically pay for the freedom to work, for the freedom to explore different topics in their work, for the freedom to start a practice, which is not something to be taken lightly, because in different places in the world, starting your own practice and saying that I want to pay taxes is not as easy and often corrupt. So these are the real costs. These are the real freedoms, like having your practice, doing weird experimental stuff, having mobility. And these are real expenses, such as residence permit fees, lawyers' hours, accounting, because oftentimes migrants who start their business have to have better accounting, because you have to have a yearly prognosis and a yearly annual report prognosis, all these things. Something my European peers don't always have. Damn right. All right. So we are basically in the very last slide, and there is a link. I hope you can see it, and I hope it's somewhere else, and I hope you can open it. And basically, what I'm doing now, I'm putting a survey out in the wild, and I hope you people have some time to fill it in. I would be super grateful. And basically, what I want to do with this survey, I'm not collecting numbers, I'm not going for percentages, but I'm going for collecting information about the experiences, recording experiences, and in the long run, I aim to sort of figure out the top 5 issues. Of course, I call it top 5, it's a joke, it's not going to be top 5, I don't know what it's going to be, but for example, one of my assumptions is that a missing skill for migrant workers is negotiation, so I would really love to have like negotiation workshop. So I'm building a curriculum. I am throwing the theoretical part of this work and the numbers as well, I guess, into a book. And I'm working on making the language and making words for us to talk about the subject at this type of events and even in more casual type of events. Yeah, did I just go through the whole thing? Yes, I did. I don't know how good I am with time.
Maybe it might be useful before we even get there if you could just, if there are 5, can you just read through the questions that just might...
Oh, through the survey questions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a good use of time?
So, okay, I think I might just...
we have like 10 minutes, right?
Mess up my own results. And of course I don't have access to it, so I guess I will just have to fill it in like live. So okay, I'm 29 years old. I actually prefer not to say because I don't really want to identify as female, but I'm not here to have this crisis right now. God. Anyway, I graduated 2019. I do graphic design, that's true. I am self-employed, and I actually have a residence permit as a self-employed, and I spend this amount on creative work, and I think somewhere around here, and I'm non-European. And then the questions are, how do you rate your practical understanding of the conditions of residence permit? Because I picked that I'm non-European. There are also questions for European citizens. How would you rate your understanding of what kind of values are you expected to contribute to as a creative professional? Because there are certain values which actually come from Ministry of Culture, and not everyone is aware that this kind of value list is distributed. So yeah, understanding of rights. Where do you learn about things which you have to learn in relation to your residence? Have you been at any kind of events where the issue were discussed? How do you rate your peers being informed on the differences in work-based and citizenship? Where do you think they get the information? Could you rate the institutional understanding of difference in working conditions based in citizenship? And, well, I think we nearly made it. So, yeah, salaries, income standards, what is the requirement of income and how it corresponds with the actual income. Do you get any kind of comments or reactions when you disclose your income requirements? That's a personal question, because when I talk about my income requirements, people in the field often comment like, hey, it's too much, you have to earn too much. And I really try to fight against that, because it doesn't mean that I earn too much. These values are calculated based on what people spend, based on the costs of living. So basically, that means that my European peer who's asking me this question is underpaid, and I'm underpaid too, and we're both underpaid. So that's nasty. I'm just gonna go neutral on all of these things. So we go to the next. Oh, I don't earn more than required, no. That's gonna be me. Yeah, so there is basically, then it separates into studies and employment. And I think these are not obligatory, yes, because I don't think there is a good general understanding that non-European students in the Netherlands pay around 3 times more than European students. So this survey section just asks about that, asks about the differences in fees and how much the participant pays. And this section is about work, and a lot of these questions come from my personal experience. So for example, this one is, when I'm looking for work, is it clear that the employer knows how to, or like, does the employer make their position clear when it comes to residence permits? Because in the Netherlands, at least, there is this thing that oftentimes there is a hidden requirement, or oftentimes there is a job posting which is in English, which actually requires Dutch, but the job posting is in English. And there are all these things, and I don't think there is a regulation existing for job postings. So I'm curious about that, and of course there is this question, do you wish employers were obliged to mention if they're sponsoring visas, and then there are questions about diversity agendas, because institutions do have diversity agendas, but if you're commissioned, do you know what kind of agendas are in place? And if self-employed, yeah, spending, basically what are your expenses? And I am gonna make this open now. I roughly spend, well, okay, so it was, this was the price of my residence permit, and this is about the price I spent on, oh God, where is it?
What's the number?
So it's this, what I spend for the current residence permit I have. Let's just make it clear and embed with numbers, and I think it's around 3K. So yeah, there are all sorts of questions, because some people do think that the requirement of stable income is an obstruction to creative careers. I'm a bit divided on that personally, because I think the requirement of stable income is not bad in itself, because it says that the work has to be paid. And I think it's the cultural side maybe which has more problems with these requirements than me as an individual, cultural field, than me as an individual maker, because I do want to be paid above minimum income. That's simply it. Yeah, so here is the question, do you communicate with your clients whether you have some conditions of your work which come from your residence permit? And I am like, yeah, basically I just got my residence permit approved, and I had 10 people, collectives and institutions supporting it, so thank you. And I communicated it widely. I communicated it to clients before we started work. And it was not as scary as I thought, and I haven't lost a single client. So, yeah, like, are you asking for letters of recommendations? And then these are the questions which are being asked for everyone. So I asked European citizens and non-European citizens about underpaid assignments, like how often do we take them, what are the common reasons, and also this question is about hiring. For example, I hire people and I do communicate to them that my presence in the country is not permanent, which people have to know if I have projects which run for 3 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let's say I'm sort of doing well. And yes, I am afraid of losing professional opportunities because of my citizenship. Yeah, so there is a section about collaborations, because I'm on my own, but I also work as a part of a duo. And I'm just gonna tick this quickly.
We are coming to the end of this slotted time, so I'm wondering maybe you might wonder if there's questions, unless, I mean, I appreciated you sharing this. This is great, but I'm just also concerned if you want feedback.
I'm glad we did not run out of time. yeah, let's say we open for questions.
Then I'll ask a question. How did you come to, what sort of support did you find as somebody in your position from others, and how do you briefly mentioned developing courses.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what support was there for you, and then what institutions do you imagine running these courses through, or what institutions do you imagine that could be developed so as to utilize the knowledge that you're gathering?
Yeah, this is a super, can you still hear me? I kind of lost the touch if the mic is on. Anyway, this is an interesting question because I am a very recent graduate. I graduated my master's a year ago, and this whole research basically spanned from the realization that I'm the only non-European student in my group and life was different. And if I think about a future course or some kind of events, I basically decided to try to organize it outside of schools, because I think it might sound very cliche, but I think it really should be an established safe space which is not related to institutions. I mean, not related to educational institutions, because simply because educational institutions have an insane amount of inner politics and tensions which are not related to students being European or not. It's just the inner life and inner workings of schools, and I would like to do it somewhere outside. And part of me if I go really idealistic, part of me thinks, okay, this is life skills, and there are 1,000 schools in the Netherlands which offer coding and web development courses, offering it as a twist to anyone's career. And part of me thinks maybe we should also do a startup school, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going to happen. And I think it sounds really weird as well, because I think there is this assumption that in creative careers we are all very good with communication and we communicate really well. But I sort of figured out this principle, and it's going to sound very bad in a way, but I call it "don't scare the European." And that's a very simple way that if you want people to understand and to work with you in your situation, you have to be aware that European citizens don't deal with visas. So before you write the word visa in your email, just explain what is it. And so I think part of the course is not a course, it's maybe some sort of operating principles. I don't know. I really see the notion of friendly alien as not a hypercritical thing, but as a very, very real skill we might want to work on. Yeah.
Any other comments or experiences people would like to share? Well then, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And we have a scheduled break while the final group for the night, to see the inability to see, Maartje Fliervoet, Martín, Roche, Contreras, and Arefeh, Riahi prepare for their presentation, which will be in the library, but 4 at a time with 15-minute breaks in between. Please, you. So, are we sticking? We are going to do 2 15-minute groups of how many people? Of 6 people. Okay. So I will be in the second group, starting in 15 minutes. Okay. Meet in the library.
there. There's a chair here.
Yeah. We need silent outside.
The screen is kind of nice to look at, so I don't know. Yeah, you can see both ways. You can also look this way, but I mean, if you're sitting right underneath it, it's maybe, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, we can.
Can we start?
Yes.
Okay. We think of the archive as a closed container, maybe even a vacuum, whose content is carefully sealed and looked after. In this space, whatever comes in and goes out is monitored by an archivist and arranged according to a precise system. It is in this precise care and arrangement of things that the image of a walled garden comes to mind, the roots of which go back to the pre-Islamic Persian Achaemenid Empire. In Avestan, an ancient language, the word Pairi Deiza means walled garden. The enclosed Persian gardens were geometric. They had a fountain in the middle and were split into 4 sections. It was adopted by Islamic and Christian mythology as the Garden of Eden or paradise. I'm going to be reading fragments from The Promise of Happiness by Sara Ahmed.
I'm going to be reading fragments from A Walled Garden, A History of the Spandau Garden in the Time of the Architect Albert Speer, a book by Ian Hamilton Finlay and Ian Gardner.
I will read fragments of Precarious Lives, Waiting and Hope in Iran by Shahram Khosravi. Borders have become invisible, situated everywhere and nowhere. Undesirable people, either undocumented migrants or defiant youth, are not expelled at the border. Rather, they are forced to be the border. The question is not what or where the border is, but who the border is.
Small designs can be as fascinating as the largest buildings works in the world. In Spandau, I conceived the idea of creating with bricks 2 sunken stone gardens which would satisfy my longing for architectural expression, even more than the important designs I produced until 1942. And so, I see in these 2 stone gardens a work which has found a privileged position amongst other buildings and designs. Albert Speer, later to Ian Hamilton Finlay, from Spandau Prison.
I think of philosophy here not only as a body of texts that describe themselves as inheritors of philosophy and that engage with philosophical histories, but also as a happiness archive. A set of ideas, thoughts, narratives, images, impressions about what is happiness. Happiness scripts could be thought of as straightening devices, ways of aligning bodies with what is already lined up. The points that accumulate as lines can be performatives. A point on a line can be a demand to stay in line. To deviate from the line is to be threatened with unhappiness. The unhappiness of the defiant has a powerful function as a perverse promise, as a promise that is simultaneously a threat. The whole world, it might seem, depends on subjects being directed in the right way, toward the right kind of things. To deviate is always to risk a world, even if you don't always lose the world you risk. Queer and feminist histories are the histories of those who are willing to risk the consequences of deviation.
The Hebrew Bible's poem.
As Marxist philosopher Ernest Bloch framed it, hope is future-oriented and towards a possibility that has still not become. Bloch's notion of not yet consciousness is based on anticipation of something still to happen. His philosophy of hope is one of dreaming forward. There is a time aspect here. The not yet approach highlight how hope, emotion, and waiting act intersect. Waiting, as Pierre Bourdieu puts it, is a way of experiencing the effect of power, making people wait. Delaying without destroying hope is part of the domination. To keep people waiting and enduring hardship without ruining their hope is an exercise of power over their time. The method of hope, in other words, is predicated on the inheritance of a past hope and its performative replication in the present. Similar to the case of the Suvavu people, hope for democracy and social justice in modern Iran has been replicated time and again since the early 20th century. In contrast to an essentializing approach, we should look at how Iranian hope has historically been interrupted, suppressed, and deferred. In that way, we can understand how unfulfilled hopes inherited from past failures, alongside a hopeful sense of not yet, become pull factors and motivations to repeat and replicate political and social demands, claims, and stands in today's Iran.
The Hebrew Bible's poem, Song of Songs, is an erotic text referring to walled gardens, giving voice to two lovers, a man and a woman. Even if quite erotic in nature, the poem refers to the woman as a fountain sealed. In Christianity, it was first seen as an allegory for the love between God and the Church, but this shifted in the 12th century towards an understanding of the bride as the Virgin Mary. By then, the Virgin Mary as ortus conclusus became a theme in Christian poetry and art. Paradis Gärtlein, Garden of Paradise, was painted around 1410 by a painter called the Upper Rhenish Master. It is on display at the Stedel Museum in Frankfurt. However, the garden portrayed here is not fully enclosed nor geometric. The water source is not at the center, nor is Mary. She is reading a book in the upper left corner. Also, there are no roses, a common symbol of her virginity. Yet, the Stedel offers the following interpretation of it on their website. Elements of the sacred ortus conclusus, closed garden, an allusion to Mary's virginity, are skillfully combined with motifs from secular castle and love gardens. In this story, the violence of the act of sealing, of enclosing, stands out, not just literally, but also in the appropriation of the poem's reading in a Christian context. A poem about sexual desire becomes a tool promoting chastity in Christianity. Likewise, in the painting, some secular and ortus conclusus elements are simultaneously present, as the Stadel itself admits. The whole idea of paradise is, of course, all about exclusion. That whereof we cannot speak, we must construct. Ian Hamilton Finlay.
Parallel lines are not created by migrants who refuse to integrate, but by the ways in which the imagined neutral and open spaces take certain bodies as the norm. To live in a parallel world is to be unable to follow the lines of that world that are not even visible as lines. Invisible lines could be described as life forms. To be effectively alien is to be unable to inhabit such forms. To be an affect alien is to experience alien affects, to be out of line with the public mood, not to feel the way others feel in response to an event.
Blocking the sidewalks from the streets with railing people to use an underpass is a way to regulate and control the movement of walkers. The underpass is open only between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. and is equipped with surveillance cameras. This is an example of the securitization of the urban spaces in Tehran and vacating the street. The intersection no longer a space for intersecting and connecting, but only for passing through. The restriction of safe and easy crossing makes pedestrians' ability to occupy squares, intersections, and streets difficult. The failure of the post-electoral protest in 2009 showed that Tehran is designed to prevent urban uprisings. The protesters were unable to keep together, move fast, and hold places, whereas the police could move fast and efficiently using the freeways and bus rapid transit corridors. The opposite could be said, for example, of the Tahrir Square in Cairo, inspired by Baron Haussmann's model for the reconstruction of Paris. Its huge size with several streets converging into the square facilitated the movement of the protesters, while the police found it difficult to get a good overview of the whole square. Such features of urban design allowed for the congregation and occupation of the square by several hundreds, thousands of protesters. Patriarchal moralism is based on a rigid dichotomy between the private and the public. After the revolution, Iranian society experienced two different, even contradictory transformations of the public-private spheres. On the one hand, the private-public dichotomy has deepened. On the other hand, there has been a pattern of penetration of the public into the private and of the private into the public. private issues have become national concerns and thereby issues for the public. This is perhaps best illustrated by looking at the vanishing distinction between the illegal, the immoral, and the sinful, and the fact that crime, vice, and sin have become synonymous.
The convex-like effect of the oval frame gives the impression of peeping surreptitiously through a door's keyhole, or better still, its eye-hole. Perhaps, indeed, a prison cell door's peephole. What one sees or spies in doing so is Speier's Secrets Garden at Spandau.
David Graeber argues in his Phenomenological Anthropology of Anarchism that, faced with anything that remotely resembles creative, non-alienated experience, it tends to look as ridiculous as a deodorant commercial during a time of national disaster. The silly or ridiculous nature of alternatives teach us not about the nature of those alternatives, but about just how threatening it can be to imagine alternatives to a system that survives by grounding itself in inevitability.
As part of the street, walls are where people who have no other media to talk to, the state, can express themselves. As Henri Lefebvre puts it, the street is a place to talk, given over as much to the exchange of words and signs as it is to the exchange of things, a place where a speech becomes writing, a place where a speech can become savage, and by escaping rules and institutions, inscribe itself on walls.
I think we can continue. To become conscious of alienation is to become conscious of how one's being has been stolen. It's not simply to become alienated from the world, but to become conscious of how alienation is already, as it were, in the world. One becomes alienated from one's alienation. We can describe this double alienation by considering anti-colonial forms of revolutionary consciousness.
A laughing boy representing the tens of thousands of homeless children in Tehran appears from time to time in various sizes and different places. When one is erased, another shows up on another wall throughout the city. Rather than being fixed and rooted, it is nomadic and follows a rhizomatic mode of presence. Like a rhizome, the power of graffiti is in its repetitive production. The repetition and replication of messages on walls are the method of hope practiced by street artists.
Violence is also at the core of the publication A Walled Garden, initiated by the Scottish artist Ian Hamilton Finlay. Finlay had a correspondence with Nazi architect and minister Albert Speer, who, while in Spandau prison, did a lot of gardening. Inspired by Speer's secret prison diary and his letters describing the Spandau gardens, Finlay made plans for a publication. He asked Ian Gardner to make watercolors based upon Speer's photographs of the garden. At Spandau, Albert Speer grew roses, but he also made 2 rock gardens, secretly reminiscent of his Nuremberg rally ground, a miniature version. The publication was never made until recently, this being one of only 500 copies. Finlay's correspondence with Speer at the end of the 70s and his use of Nazi symbolism caused a great scandal in 1987. Speer's secret remodeling of an element of the Third Reich, the Nuremberg rally ground, in the walled prison garden is repulsive, yet in all its cruelty it also makes sense. Certain gardens are described as retreats when they are really attacks, said Finlay.
Finlay recalls the architectural concept of lignées occultes, occult or hidden lines, which he frequently invokes when describing the hidden but deliberate organization of a walled garden. Introduced by the Renaissance architect Sebastiano Serlio in his 7 books on architecture, 1584, lignées occultes refers to the dashed lines in architectural drawings and diagrams that, in terms of time and space, indicate something invisible but present, sensing something behind or above. Thus, as the cultural geographer Dennis Cosgrove suggests, these hidden lines give precise form and order to a building's visual appearance. In addition, occult lignées serve a more speculative intermediary function by shuttling between pure idea and materiality, and denoting an invisible present that exists somewhere in between divine and mortal. I feel strangely stirred by the idea that the most successful architectural creation of my life is a chimera. Speer reflects in the Spandau diaries, an immaterial phenomenon. Like the lignées occultes, situated between pure idea and materiality, the chimerical lines of the Lichtdom delineate a fantastic world of architecture, which perhaps all of Speer's building, public and private, monumental and minor, are modeled on, according to Ross Hare.
Scrolling and yadagari nevisi, leaving a trace on walls, are considered to be the handiwork of uncultured, lower income groups, particularly those who are on the move, soldiers, seasonal workers, or immigrants from rural areas. People on the move, in Deleuze's and Guattari's terminology, nomads, are inhabitants of the smooth spaces. With a declaration of their presence on the solid and rooted cultural heritage, these uprooted migrating and deprived groups who apparently are not part of the cultural heritage, places, museums, history, and have not been given any share of it, resources, oil, land, water, reclaim recognition and their share of history. To leave a trace is to lack a place. Scribbling on walls, even though they are empty and meaningless signs, is related to young people's bela taklifi. Protracted unemployment and marginalization. Stuck in bela taklifi means to be confronted with the thickness of time with impossibility and materialized in emptiness, boredom, and desperation. Interestingly, a sentence scrawled on walls I saw many times was the Persian saying, "In niz bogzarad," "This too shall pass." It signifies a hope for a future beyond the untoward presence.
A line of hope is the hope of a line. You extend the line that passes between bodies, even when you do not know what's what, even if you do not know what you are passing, or whether there is an end to the line. Indeed, the end of the line is not the point of the line. It is no accident that when we say we have reached the end of the line, it means we have lost hope.
Violence can also include care, while simultaneously, as the feminist and queer theory scholar Sarah Ahmed implies, there is always an element of violence in care. This becomes particularly clear when thinking about borders and immigration. Professor of social anthropology Shahram Khosravi was once himself an illegal immigrant. To resist becoming a border, he says, we should reject the idea of home. Rather than belonging, it is necessary for everyone to have the opportunity to participate. He mentions the unequal relationship between guest and host. To open a door means you can also close it again. How about refusing to be at home so that everyone can be at home? Khosravi opposes the Western dichotomy of the solid and the vulnerable. This type of care is a violent care.
There is nothing more vulnerable than caring for someone. It means not only giving your energy to that which is not you, but also caring for that which is beyond or outside your control. Caring is anxious. To be full of care, to be careful, is to take care of things by becoming anxious about their future, where the future is embodied in the fragility of an object whose persistence matters. Becoming caring is not about becoming good or nice. People who have being caring as their ego ideal often act in quite uncaring ways in order to protect their good image of themselves. To care is not about letting an object go, but holding on to an object by letting oneself go, giving oneself over to something that is not one's own.
Speier's allusion to the cloister garden adumbrates the ninth section of a walled garden. A cloister garden, as the landscape historian John Dixon Hunt writes, allows no views of the surrounding world. It privileges only the eloquent and symbolic sky, yet its studied enclosure affirms by denying the world elsewhere. The motto for this section, from Speier's correspondence to Finlay, tacitly reiterates this sense of the circumscribed space and the doubtful world exterior to it, but it does so in terms of architecture and temporality. I feel that an architect's design cannot be judged outside the period when they were created, he said.
But where does the walled garden and the Tehani underpasses intersect? Reading Khosravi, we think that perhaps they meet on the wall. The graffiti signs he writes about are the exposure of the unheard voices of those excluded from paradise. These surfaces testify that walls include as much as they exclude. But what about gardener's drawings? A drawing of the window or peephole at the walled garden, through which one may spy at Speer's secret Spandau garden. In this garden, time is meant to be frozen in a paradise of horror. Space and time both become enclosed like a vacuum. The underpasses, meant to prevent any civil uprising, don't allow people's paths to intersect freely. A tunnel as a peephole into the state's mind.
Hope is materialized in homeland. The liquidization of homeland, that is, that home is no longer experienced to be safe, protective, or hospitable, generates a sense of homelessness and, subsequently, of hopelessness. When hopelessness is differentially distributed among citizens, belonging to the state becomes uncertain, and the homeland is experienced as a land under foreign occupation.
In terms of the archive, to achieve some mutuality, one must open it up, undo its seal, and embrace transformation. Then everyone would have the right to make changes.
This is supposed to remain. Oh. Q&A, is it? Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to do a short Q&A?
Yeah. I mean, if there is any.
Okay, why don't you just come up front? If the lamp is on because Jules has a question, or if she's just going to say goodnight at the end afterwards. So we'll have to find that out too.
Jules.
Oh. Hello.
So Jules, do you have any questions? Or you're...
Have her voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I did not have any questions. I just really I really enjoyed the performance, and I'm here for closing comments, not for any kind of questions or feedback, but thank you so much. It was really lovely what the three of you put together, and I can't story.
Thanks.
We missed that last bit. You can't...
I cannot wait until I hear how the story will be different tomorrow.
Yeah.
Any questions or comments from the audience? I have one question before, if that's okay. I'm just curious. So, to see the
inability to see.
To see the inability to see. If this is a speculative question, and it relates to the relationship between yourselves as a collective, both as individuals, but then also carriers of a knowledge that is interacting. How do you care? Is that a false construction in my head that there's both a dialogue that you're holding, and that is a common beast of the books, but then also the dialogue, the interpersonal dialogue of a collective of individuals? I'm just curious if you would just kind of talk about care for one or the other or both, and how they may relate.
Well, I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly. So you wanna know about if we thought about, like, if we could talk about care in relation to what we did, or
not talk about care, but how do you care for? Like, what is the relationship between? How do you hold the relationship between yourselves as people, and how do you hold the relationship between yourselves, between the knowledge that you're caring for?
Interesting question, I think. You want to say something?
Well, I think that we work a lot with this idea of, through Arefeh, we were invited to do an archival process. We were introduced to some ideas related to an archivist, an archiving.
You can tell whatever.
But basically it's like this idea of opening the archive, unfolding, like reading the materials, but also making them public, sharing this knowledge. And I think that has been pretty much what has guided our way of doing. So we mostly go into different materials from the archive, also materials that were discarded by the archive, things that we found that are interwoven with it. And we start reading and we start commenting. So even like today's reading was pretty much organized through all these previous readings, but it's pretty much in the sense mood of opening up, reading together, reading to each other, and listening what the other is reading as well.
Yeah, very time-consuming activity. So we spend a lot of time together, have spent a lot of time together online as well, of course, and we read a lot together also. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would also say it happens, I think the care for each other is, first of all, for me, not separate from the care for the knowledge or for what we do. It's all really intertwined. So as the care for each other, that happens very organically and very through time, through trust, because you have to also have that when you work in group. The care for knowledge is also the exact same way. But I personally think my attention has brought up on certain things through my colleagues that I wouldn't paid my attention to those things if I was all by myself. So it's really I see through their eyes, and I hope that also is what they are experiencing.
Yeah.
How do you make the selection or the choice for the texts you are reading? I mean, you are the three of you, and I can imagine that each of you have other interests or would like to focus on a specific text. How does it work?
Well, we had 3 books, so we had enough to each of us pay attention to what interests them. But we, as Maartje said, we read a lot together. So the choice of book you just saw came after lots of different other books that we also brought in. We read together. And the way we selected parts was really based upon our own research, and then the topic of the seminar, the relation of the topic of the seminar to what we were researching before. There are so many layers, all of them connected in a way. So the moment that the topic of care came in, it came on top of our research about alienation and belonging that we were already busy with. So it wasn't something very new, but immediately it had a meaning for us in relation to those topics. And therefore, it is really like a woven thing, like comes one by one, takes shapes through times, and a lot of reading, a lot of writing, a lot of talking.
Yeah, but also we have been thinking about the nature of archives in general, and of course each archive is also different, but there's always a question of what is excluded from the archive, and this idea of the walled garden that came in also has to do with this idea of almost the archive being a place of extreme care, but also violence, because of this exclusion, at least. And the garden is, of course, also a place of extreme care, right? So.
Yeah, and I think that in that sense, also like the selection that we made for today, is also like the 3 books are talking to each other. So, for example, we had this example of the walled garden from this Albert Speer, the Nazi architect, that for us represented a very enclosed and a very like exemplar idea of this very constrained and enclosed way of seeing the construction of culture. But then we had voices like Hosravi that talks about something completely different. He talks about how the people move, how some people are excluded, and they like make some signs on the wall outside this garden. So in a sense, we started to make some sort of narrative in between the books. So for us, it wasn't just about a certain particular book, just about that, but it was also how these different texts relate to each other. Also, then you have Sarah Ahmed, that then she brings a completely different idea, talking about happiness, talking about hope, that in a way also intertwined with Hosravi, but then these voices are somehow talking together, or we make them to talk together.
Well, what I found very special is that I really had the feeling that it was a conversation between 3 different people, between different cultures even, and so that, you know, it felt so organic that I was really impressed by that fact, especially. Yeah. So suddenly I was curious, how did it start? I mean, not the care, but before. How did it start, the cooperation between the 3 of you?
I think Arefeh should explain.
Well, yeah, I first came to know Martín in a workshop, and archive is my topic, and archive is his topic as well. So immediately we started to have a very long and intense conversation about archives. That was the beginning of our friendship. he introduced me to Maartje in Amsterdam Art Book Fair, where she had a stand because she has a space and work with books, so archive is also her practice. And then I had this opportunity in the Apple Archive to do a research. I wanted to work about unarchiving, this concept which is complicated and really needs a research in depth to kind of have an understanding about it. So I wanted to do this in collaboration with other people who are keen and have the archive in their practice as an interest. So I invited them, and then we started to work with the leftover material of the archive, what we call debris. So like things that they don't keep, either because they have extras or they don't want them, or so we gathered, like I gathered this pile, and then we got to work. So weeks of research, and then, yeah.
Can I say something else? Then they would say something. And I think this is like a basic material for caring and also for having this sort of interwoven conversation. And then when we came together, the three of us, it continued. So we have this sort of rhythm in which we talk and we listen, and sometimes it's a little bit messy, but then after a few weeks, we like remember, oh, you remember you talk about this and about that, and that's the way in which we start building like these connections, because it's always about hearing and then listening and then trying to make a sort of understanding of it. We try to understand. We try to comprehend in a way.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we are from different culture actually is one of the things that makes us stronger, you know? Like we have like similar visions, but also different experiences, and kind of like it complement each other in a way.
Very nice, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to you.
So just to close out the night, Jules and I wanted to Jules a chance to finish up the night, and yeah.
I just want to say thank you to all of the artists and panelists that participated, but also to the Stroom staff for helping with all the technical details. It seems like it's been quite a challenge to find ways to broadcast out and also to be inclusive of others in terms of utilizing technology to pull people in. But thank you so much for today, and I hope that you will be able to join us tomorrow, maybe a different audience, but to join us online. I just really want to say thank you. Today was a really kind of touching moment to hear everybody that we've been trying to organize and pull together, but to finally see it happen. I sure wish that I could be there in real time, but throughout various points of the day, I felt a really strong connection to what was happening. I want to thank Marc and Ali for filling the space this morning with a really great connection and conversation. I felt really connected to the workshop that you gave in terms of, and also in the evening performance, that was just a really beautiful thing to listen to that gave me a lot to reflect on. And it seemed to tie so many points that were made in today's seminar together in a really poetic and beautiful way. So thank you so much for that gift, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, and I look forward to tuning in tomorrow. Marc?
Same to you. Good night.
Good night.